on it.
So it's kind of cheating when you don't even let the last word of the intro go. I can't get in there and block it. I can't get in there and stop.
I saw you were ready.
I was way ready.
Yeah, but I didn't want to lose.
It's not a competition, Lonzo.
Everything's a competition.
It's not a competition. It's a manufactured rivalry engineered for the show.
Okay, and I won.
For the record, that's what Jim Harbaugh called Ohio State, Michigan yesterday.
Yeah, it's hilarious. But when you win 3 in a row, you can do that. You absolutely can do that.
I love taking 3 in a row and then just downplaying it like it is totes NBD, you guys.
Because that's proof that it does mean
it's
something.
Incredible.
Yeah. It's
3 in a row, Coach. How do you feel about the rivalry? What rivalry? It's not a rivalry. It's manufactured for a TV show. I was like, damn, Harbaugh.
Yeah, but he also lies in it when he calls them student athletes when they're employees. So
they're not employees. The school doesn't pay them $1.
Okay,
they're not a dime.
They're employees. They make more money than almost he does, probably.
Don't make them employees.
Sure it does.
They can be employees. Okay, we're not doing this out of the gate. We got to say hello to the people first.
Yeah, and I had decided that I was just going to be a yes man today, and I've already went against it.
You made it not even a minute.
Yeah, it was, but I did make it almost a minute.
You did make it almost a minute.
I did.
Which means that if we stay on the same pace of adding a minute every day, you'll be a yes man in 7 years, 9 months, 3 days, and 4 hours.
Which works out because then I'll be 62, which is my planned retirement.
Perfect. Nailed it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a day lined up for you today. We got a lot to get into. You may or may not have heard this yesterday. I mean, you did if you listen to this show because it broke while we were on the air yesterday. The Carolina Panthers no longer employ Frank Reich. He is no longer a member of the Cats. He is out. He is done. Are David and Nicole Tepper the owners of the Panthers? And so Frank Reich was handed the old walking papers yesterday. Josh McCown, the quarterback's coach, and Deuce Staley, the running backs coach, followed him out the door, and a new era of Panther football is upon us.
How did neither one of us have you're fired from Vince McMahon in our bank?
Son of a...
Yeah, I mean, how do we not have that? One of us needs to remedy that.
Oh, I need it.
Balls were dropped everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's nothing we hate more on this show than drop balls. Right? I blew it. It is what it is. I blew it.
Now I'm taking the blame on this. I have more wrestling cuts than you do. I should have had that.
I mean, honestly, this should have been a day that both of us walked in here and without even talking to each other, just simultaneously fired. You're fired.
It would have worked out better yesterday when I hit the breaking news sounder if I had followed, the breaking glass followed up by you're fired. Hindsight sucks sometimes.
Let me tell you why I think I didn't go get it. It's a theory. It's a working theory in my brain. This is a terrifying place to be.
Vince McMahon's a bad person?
No.
Okay. All right.
Quite the opposite.
Well, no. He is a bad person.
Yes.
So.
Yes, Vince McMahon is a bad person. But the reason I don't think I could find it in my dark, icy heart to go pull that clip is nothing to do with VKM and everything to do with the fact that, from it, what I understand, Frank Reich's a real good guy. Like, he's a real nice guy. I have not heard from...
In a doddering sort of, I thought he was on the field kind of way.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you want to label it as, from I have... Yesterday would have been a day, if it was ever going to happen, yesterday would have been the opportune day for ex-players under Frank Reich to come out and go, yeah, dude sucks. I never liked him. I didn't like him when I played for him. I don't like him now.
All right,
that guy's bad.
By the way, I heard some disparaging things on McAfee yesterday about the locker room and stuff in Indy. So if you want to go back and listen to that might make you change your mind on something.
I listened to a little bit of it, and basically what it sounded like to me, because there is a line between bad coach and bad person. It sounds to me like he's not head coach material, not because he does or does not know ball, but because he does not understand locker room management. He doesn't understand that sometimes you gotta be the bad guy. Sometimes you got to unbutton the top 3 buttons. You got to put a little hair gel in and get the curl going. You got to take the toothpick and throw it in somebody's face. Sometimes you got to ooze machismo. And Frank Reich doesn't have a drop of that in him, right? I think we can now say, and it did not take us a full 11 games to reach the conclusion, that there ain't no Billy Badass in Frank Reich. There's none of it. And I think you got to have a little Billy Badass in you to be, honestly, I think to be a boss of anything, right? Like I think to be in any position where you manage personnel, I think you got to have a little Billy Badass in you. And I just don't think Frank Reich had it. And if you don't have a little bit of Billy Badass in you, you're not going to have a team that is willing to line up and listen to you. There's not. Now, that doesn't mean you can't be a likable guy. For all intents and purposes, it feels like Andy Reid is by and large a pretty likable cat, right? I don't think you very often, if ever, see any Chiefs coming out and going, I would have liked this guy, but he's got enough of that. He's got enough of that charisma and that personality that the locker room falls in line. Now, I've seen
him be stern before. I think for sure. I think he's got that oh crap, I made dad mad look.
For sure.
Yeah.
Like I'll give you the perfect example. We went off that day that Frank Reich called a timeout out of nowhere for no reason. And we're all like, yo, what the hell? What was that? What are we doing blowing TOs in a close game? And then after the game, Frank was like, well, we had a play call on for Adam Thielen where he was the primary receiver. Actually, he was the only receiver. Frank Reich literally said he was the only receiver, and he wasn't on the field. And I'm sitting there going, all right, hang on. You're the head coach. Unless you made the play call, and he was the play caller, so it does kind of come back on him at that point. But if you did that and you believe Thielen was out there, either I need to see some emotion from you because you blew it, or I need to see some emotion from you towards Thomas Brown and Adam Thielen for blowing it and costing your team a timeout. And every time they turn it back around to Frank, he's just on the sideline like, all right, guys, let's move past it. Let's move on to the next thing, guys. We had our opportunity and we missed the opportunity, so it's on to the. You ever work for somebody like that?
I was going to say I haven't had a boss like that, but I've worked around people like that who got run over all the time.
Oh yeah,
they're just like just smile, like, yeah, you know, they're just being dudes. It's all right,
and it's a hard thing to do to get that Billy Badass about you. It's a hard thing to do to kind of reach down and find the rocks to look somebody in the face and be like, you bleeped up, you handle it, and if you can't handle it, then you're gone, right? It's like it's something that I think comes either through you getting burned because of somebody else, and there comes a day where you go, I got to protect myself. Even if it costs me friends, I got to protect myself. Or you're just raised by somebody that they already have that attitude, and you never develop the part of your brain that is, you're just turned into a hard ass from childhood, right? It's one of those two ways. And Frank never seemed like the dude that was going to lock in, never seemed like the dude that was going to walk into a locker room, stomp on the ground, look that team in the face and go, hey, this is not good enough. Get it together. He never felt like that guy. Never felt like that guy. And I think right now we're kind of at a spot where Carolina's got to have that, right? Had to have it, didn't have it. Now, I don't know if Chris Tabor is going to be the guy that has that, but here's what I do know about yesterday. And we're going to come back to this here in a minute because, obviously it's time to turn our eyes towards a bright future for football in the Carolinas.
Yeah, let's do that.
We're going to ask what's next. But I do want to talk about what happened yesterday. And I noticed something yesterday. There was a statement that came out regarding the termination of the employment of Frank Reich as the head coach of the Carolina Panthers. And then, less than 2.5 hours later, came a second notification about the termination of employment of quarterbacks coach Josh McCown and a termination of employment of running backs coach Deuce Staley. Both of those guys got let go within 3 hours. Now, as soon as the announcement of those two firings came out, I noticed something immediately. There were a couple of differences. One primary difference that we're going to focus on between the ways that the firing of Frank Reich and the firing of McCown and Staley were announced. And I do think it says something. And it's either that I'm right, and it truly did say something, or that I am just digging for any silver lining that I can find right now. Just driving to the core of the earth, looking for anything that Panther fans can latch onto for the sake of optimism, because it's real hard to find right now. Real hard to find. So coming up in the next segment, I'm going to tell you what the difference between the two firings was, because it plays into something that I have been saying about Dave Tepper for a very long time. So we'll do that in the next segment. In the segment after that, where do the Carolina Panthers go from here? What's next? What direction do they point it in after making this move yesterday? I have some thoughts. We'll tell you about that. At 7 o'clock, Water Cooler Cheat Sheet, top 3 things you have to know in the world of sports before you head into work and start chatting it up with the coworkers. 7:20, it is time for this week's awards to be handed out. We are going to take a look at the weekend that was in college and professional ball and tell you which bleepers were not real. That's at 7:20. At 7:40, we are going to get into just a brief moment of college football playoffs, because I told you yesterday I was going to go home and I was going to sit down and I was going to put together.
Please don't let there be a chart. Please.
I did not chart it out.
Yes.
I may chart it out in the next hour and 7 minutes. We'll see. But I went home yesterday. And I put together a list of every possible combination of championship winners and losers of the games that matter, and what I think is the probability that teams will be left in or out based on those results. I'm going to do that at the end of hour number 2. In hour number 3 at 8:20, efforting Rashad Beard. He said yesterday he would have some time to come on and do an emergency pod with us today, do a segment with us to break down what's next for Carolina. If Rashad can join, great, he will. If not, we will talk college football all throughout that hour. And I am going to go ahead and put the Heisman Trophy talk to bed for you. I'm going to go ahead and prove it to you that the guy I've been saying should win it.
Nope.
That's all coming up over the course of the next 4 hours. The show, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be I look forward to sharing these 4 hours of sports talk excellence with you. That's the great one, Lonzo. My name is Rob Brown. The Rob Brown Show is in your eyeballs and ear holes right here on the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, I got a live read right here. Stay right there. We will be right back.
Good to have you back for a moment there, Kevin. And it's a shame the hair had to go. We were all disappointed. We were, all of us.
It's true.
Even he was.
Yep. But Mama's happy. And if Mama's happy, I'm happy. Would Frank make a good OC for the Bills? No. Frank needs an OC. We all thought Frank was an offensive genius. Frank put together the most boring, bland, predictable playbook in the history of the NFL, I think.
One step below Mr. Coach Klein.
Sports Illustrated published articles by fake AI-generated writers. They were called out on it and just deleted everything and pretended it never happened.
Yeah, well, get ready because that's where strikes have been happening over this. A lot of things have been happening. So why did the thing quit doing the thing?
I don't know.
I mean, it's fine. It's just
I wanted to do it.
Yeah, just maybe like someone who banged on the thing and caused. Okay,
I don't know who would.
That's a good point, Trey. That's a very good point. Except for no, actually.
Except for yes, he has.
I don't know.
Well, I cut my hair, guys, and that's my sacrifice.
There we go. There it is. Haven't listened to it yet, Zach. I made it as far as Randy's getting ready to whip Dom's butt.
Yeah, I started getting texts. Oh, what a great promo. It's just another generic, I'm not here to make friends, I'm here to make money promo. Like, all right. I mean, he's as smooth as anybody on the mic, but it's just like, okay, like, I was gone for 10 years, and this place is my home, and you guys missed me so much. And I was like, dude, you spent the entire 10 years absolutely crapping on this company. When the show...
That was ill-timed. I apologize for that one. I will put the kid away for at least 5 minutes.
At least 5 minutes.
Time out, kid. Time out.
Yesterday, as we were going off the air, Lonzo broke the glass, and we got the breaking news that Frank Reich would not be serving as the head coach of the Carolina Panthers into their 12th game this season.
Wasn't even that loud. I mean, you knew that was coming.
Yeah, no,
too.
that's why I hit the big pregnant pause there.
Okay.
I was ready for it.
Yeah.
So yesterday, as the show was going off the air, we got the news that Frank Reich would no longer be serving as the head coach of the Carolina Panthers. And that announcement came in the form of a post on social media from the Panthers. But there was something very interesting about the post. What was interesting about the post was that the post was apparently written by, authored by, and signed by the owner of the Carolina Panthers, David Tepper. Then we came to the information that special teams coordinator Chris Tabor would be taking over as the interim head coach of the football program. Now that's interesting. It creates a whole bunch of side conversations. Why not Thomas Brown? Why not Ejiro Evero? Why the special teams coordinator? And the spinoff conversation, Chris Tabor apparently in the past had said at one point he has no interest in being a head coach in the National Football League. So why would a guy who has verbally expressed he has no interest in being an NFL head coach be labeled your NFL head coach? Now, we'll come to that conversation later on in the radio broadcast. I do think there are a couple of sneaky reasons. But let's focus on what we know. David Tepper sent out, well, the Panthers sent out, but David Tepper authored that post about Frank Reich. Then, about 3 hours later, just a little bit less than, we got another announcement from the Carolina Panthers that joining Frank Reich in the unemployment line would be running backs coach Deuce Staley and quarterbacks coach Josh McCown.
You're fired!
They both caught the VKM treatment as well. Now, we'll talk about the reasons why there. I think they're pretty glaringly obvious. Part of it, Deuce Staley, big advocate for bringing in Miles Sanders. Word on the street in Charlotte is that Deuce Staley is the reason the Panthers brought in Miles Sanders. He went, this is our guy. Miles Sanders has not been worth the money if we're keeping it a buck. Josh McCown, keeping it 100.
I was counting pennies.
Yeah. Okay, got it. Just making sure. Josh McCown is out, I think, for one reason, and that is a complete and total lack of development of the number 1 overall pick, Bryce Young. I got to pin that on somebody. McCown's that guy. But that's not what I want to get to right now. We can come to that later in the show. What I want to get to right now is something that I noticed about the two different ways that these firings were revealed to Panthers fans. As I've mentioned multiple times, it was David Tepper who authored the announcement of the firing of Frank Reich that was placed on the Panthers' social media to break the news to America. But it was not David Tepper that authored the announcements of the departures of Josh McCown and Deuce Staley. In fact, the word on the street out of Charlotte is, and I had conversations with Rashad Beard, as well as a couple of other friends of mine that are in and around the media that covers the Panthers. The word on the street was that this was a decision made by the new interim head coach. This was a decision that was made by Chris Tabor. That he was given the reins as the interim head coach, that he was given the power to make this decision by Dave Tepper, and that he made the decision. Now,
that's not unusual. Steve Wilkes did the same thing. So
that is correct, and exactly where I was going. This is not unusual for the Carolina Panthers. It's not unusual to be fired by an interim head coach. Ba-da-da-da-da. They did it literally last season. But there is one major difference. I thought, you thought, we thought collectively last year that whether it was with the Carolina Panthers or somebody else, the final 12 games of last year were a head coaching audition for Steve Wilkes. We didn't know if it was going to be in Charlotte. We didn't know if there would be enough open jobs for him to transition from Carolina elsewhere. But I think most of us agreed that whether or not he was successful, last year was a tryout for a head coaching position for defensive backs coach turned interim head coach Steve Wilkes. So, this year is different. Same situation. Head coach is terminated middle of the season. They move a guy up into the interim role. Dave Tepper says, you've got the power. Bump, 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 bump. And he immediately fires some guys. But we know that Tabor does not want to be a head coach. How do we know that? Because he said so. So, why would a guy who does not want to be a head coach step in and immediately start handing out pink slips less than 3 hours on the job? There's two things. Number one, it tells me that Frank Reich's coaching staff was not on the same page. Now, let's be very clear. You can be in disagreement but on the same page. Lonzo and I disagree on stuff about the show.
You're wrong. We do not.
Yes, we do.
No.
We do it all the time.
Absolutely, we do not.
All the time.
We have never disagreed about anything.
I disagree.
Fine, whatever.
We do this all the time. But Lonzo and I are on the same page as far as the direction of the show. What we want it to sound like, what we want it to feel like, the awards that we are going to try to win every single year. We are on the same page, without a doubt. You can be in disagreement, but not on the same page. You can also be in disagreement and not on the same page. And the fact that a special teams coordinator who did not want a head coaching job immediately started pink slipping coaches. And I say him for two reasons. Number one, it was Tepper that made the decision in the announcement to remove Frank Reich. It was a statement from the team that announced the departure of Staley and McCown. The first thing is, it shows me that Frank Reich's coaching staff was not on the same page. Tabor, and at the very least, McCown and Staley, though, to be honest with you, I'm not sure we're done. We're not on the same page. But there's a second thing here. The second thing is what I am digging to the core of the earth, looking for optimism, is illustrated by. I have used the phrase on this radio broadcast to describe owners that I believe are falling into what I have called the Al Davis effect. The Al Davis effect is when you get an owner that so believes that they are the smartest guy about everything in every room that they walk into. You could put them on the field with football guys, and they'll go, I know more about football. No reason to believe that. No qualifications to say it, but they believe that. And there are a lot of owners that I believe fall into that category. I think Gail Benson's in that category. I think David Tepper's in that category. I think Jerry Jones is in that category. I think Dan Snyder was in that category. And there's certainly different levels of it, but the Al Davis effect to me is very real. And the Al Davis effect, the number one thing that I think I have said about the guys in the Al Davis effect is the Al Davis effect is treatable. Do you know what it is treatable by?
Something topical, like a cream.
No, that's that other thing.
Okay, all right.
That's the thing with the bumps. The Al Davis effect is treatable by letting football guys do football things.
That's weird. That doesn't happen.
It does happen. It happens in Kansas City all the time. It's happening in Philadelphia. The Eagles ownership said, yo, Howie, you're doing a pretty good job, bro. Here's the checkbook. Go shopping, right? I want you to cook. I'm going to let you buy the groceries. David Tepper has, since he took over this team, and I think I can lump Nicole Tepper in here with him. David and Nicole have been not football people doing football things. Dave Tepper's a billionaire. It's not because he's an idiot. I have argued you got to be a couple of things to be a billionaire. One, you got to be real smart. And two, you got to be a sociopath. You cannot be a billionaire and not be a sociopath. You can't do it. Because to have $1 billion, an amount of money that you know could solve a lot of problems for a lot of people, you've got to be willing to look at those problems and go, not my problem. You have got to have what I personally, it's a personal feeling, but what I consider to be an unrelenting lack of empathy to have $1 billion. But you've also got to be very smart to get it, right? The problem with being very smart and getting $1 billion is that it convinces you, well, I have done one of the hardest things to do. Now that means I am a very smart guy or gal, and I am the smartest person in every room. If, and I capitalize the I and the F in the if David Tepper made the decision to fire Frank Reich and then went to Tabor and said, hey, dude, you're in charge. Do what you want with this staff. Fire who you want to fire, keep who you want to keep, just make us better. That would be a case where David Tepper was letting football guys do football things. And if Tep is at a point where he will let football guys do football things, the Panthers have a chance. The Panthers are pointed in a good direction because it has been a lack of football guys doing football things, in my opinion, that got us to this point. It is the overwhelming stretch of the tentacles of David and Nicole Tepper into daily football activities that created this problem. We have heard the stories of Nicole coming out to practice, demanding meetings with coaches, getting involved, putting her 2 cents in. It's not needed, Nicole. We have heard the stories of David. He's in the locker room. He's in the coaches' meeting. He's putting his fingers on everything in the day-to-day operations. It's not needed, David. We don't need this from y'all. Let football guys do football things. So, and again, I acknowledge that I am stretching like Armstrong to find some optimism for the Cats here. Because in just a minute, I'm going to bring the bad news. Okay? The good news is, if what I am extrapolating from the situation is correct, you got a good thing going. Dave Tepper went, all right, I'm going to make the decision to fire the guy. I'm going to make the decision to move Tabor into the interim role, and then I'm going to hand the power of that position to him. Hey, dude, build your staff. Let go who you want to let go. Bring in who you want to bring in. You're the football guy. You do the football things. But, Carolina fans, here's the bad news. The bad news is this. If David Tepper hasn't learned his lesson, if David Tepper still is going to live in a world where he is the big brain smart guy, if he is going to live in a world where he is king of the mountain and we are all just peons en route to his glory, if he is going to decide that he's the smartest guy in the footballing room, then none of this matters. None of this matters. That was the attitude that got us into this spot. That is the attitude that has kept us in this spot. That is the attitude that has Frank Reich bringing on board next year his 6th head coach in 3 years with the interims counting, right? 3 head coaches, 2 interims. Next year will be the 3rd head coach or 4th head coach after the 3rd. I don't know, whatever. You get it. Point here is Dave Tepper, being the super smart brain who knows better than you about everything, is the reason that we're in this mess. And if he did not learn his lesson from this, if he did not look at this situation and go, I probably need to get out of the way. I probably need to let football guys do football things. And he keeps getting more and more involved and stays involved, then none of this matters. And your franchise is going to go on full Al Davis territory, which means you are going to suck until he dies. And Tep ain't an old man. Tep ain't in his 90s. You're not putting him on Crypt Keeper watch yet. He's a young man. He ain't going nowhere for a while. But if Tep doesn't learn his lessons from this, you're going to do like the Cowboys. It's going to be 35 years till your next playoff win because Tep won't learn his lesson. And I will feel awful for you, but wonderful as a Saints fan. I'm Rob Brown. The Great Milonzo's on the 1s and 2s. Your input is welcome. Text line 71307, 71307. Start that text with FAN, F-A-N, or give us a buzz on the fan phone, 844-326-3663. 844-326-3663. I want your thoughts. I want your feedback on what's happening in Carolina. We'll take it when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, excuse me for just a minute. I'm going to step away and be right back in 45 seconds. Don't go anywhere.
Great question.
Steven has a great question. Steven's question.
I've been curious about that myself, but
no, I've not. It's on the docket. So here's where we're at with that. First off, Cody and I hit our parlay this weekend. So I do not have to get chopped by a professional wrestler. And Mario has to get a Hello Kitty belly button ring that he wears from December 1st to the end of January.
Why get a belly button ring? I mean, I get a nose ring, even though I think it's weird. I don't know.
Because it's hilarious.
No.
Mario's back in the dating pool right now.
No, I get that. But I mean, period, for a dude. Why are you getting, I mean, I just.
It's a thing that I don't think you see it in dudes very often.
All right. So is he wearing crop tops? I mean, so how's anybody going to see it? I mean, So
as I mentioned, Mario's in the dating pool. All Cody and I are concerned about is for the next 2 months, Mario's been going on a handful of dates a week. Should Mario find himself in a spot where he's prepared to do the old unskinny bop, 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 taking off his shirt in front of a young lady, it's going to be hilarious.
Unless he turns the light out. I mean, I'm just.
It's got to be dangly. She'll feel it. Can't wait. Going to be hilarious. Deck and I am at some point between now and March.
Who came up with that?
Cody.
Okay, that's
the alternative was that if we lost our parlay this week, Cody had to get a nipple piercing and keep it in for 2 months at minimum. So
you guys are going
progressively
to the next level.
Yeah.
Before you know it, you're going to get into some really dangerous stuff.
Dude, taking a chop from a pro wrestler.
I'll do that all day before I get a piercing. No, thank you.
I'm not trying to, and I don't mean this to be insensitive. I'm not trying to get Damar Hamlin, right? Like, I'm not. So, anyway.
They hit you in a peck or something. It probably wouldn't be as bad as that.
I mean, again, how good's the pro wrestler?
Were you guys specific about where you're getting chopped? Get chops across the
It was
back.
going to be across the chest.
Okay. All right.
So at some point between now and the end of February, I'm going to go up to New York for a weekend and spend 3 days in New York with Deck, just hanging out. We'll do the show live from New York, mainly because I've always wanted to say live from New York and then open a show.
That is cool. That really is cool.
Because I missed that opportunity when I was on with Carlos that day.
Yeah.
And when I go up there, Deck and I will go get the tats together.
Oh,
It's going to be adorable.
it sounds adorable.
Yeah.
It really does.
So what is next for the Carolina Panthers after the departure of Frank Reich? Well, obviously, the big question to me is who's the next head coach, right? Like this year's a wash, and we all know this year's a wash. I would say Lonzo's suggestion yesterday that Bryce Young be benched in favor of Andy Dalton is the correct decision. Because it's not like the offense is going to get better from here on out. Thomas Brown is the OC, sure. And maybe you'll see a little bit more Sean McVay in the Panthers offense. If you missed it last night on Twitter at the Rob Brown Show, I put up an illustration of a play that the Panthers ran out of their playbook on Sunday that I loved for Bryce Young. It was a play action power run left, followed by an immediate spin and throw to an underneath screen route where they had the two inside receivers blocked to the outside. They had the outside receiver come under those two receivers. They had the outside guard and tackle pull up the field to seal off the linebacker and the up the field safety. And importantly, what they did was create a pattern underneath that Bryce Young could simply turn and deliver the football. There was no thinking. Turn, see the white shirt, put the ball in that guy's number, and let the play happen. But those have been limited and few and far between for the Panthers. Now, could Thomas Brown go in there today and start putting in some new plays? Start putting in some new concepts? Yes. And frankly, I hope that he does. And I hope that he does a very Kyle Shanahan style offense. Quick passes, slants, underneath routes, stuff that requires very little protection time for Bryce Young because he's got none of it. Not a lot of thinking for Bryce Young. Just let him start completing passes, get in a rhythm, and get comfortable. And does not require long, drawn-out routes where wide receivers have to create separation because they can't do it. They just can't. We know that now. That's not an opinion. That's a statement of fact. But put all that aside, because this season's a wash, okay? It is one of the 5 most disastrous seasons in the history of the modern era of the National Football League.
Do you think Terrace Marshall will actually play?
I mean, I might use him. Throw him down there in the red zone. Let BY just throw it up to the corner. Go get it, big fella.
Because what a waste of a spot.
Completely agree.
Yeah, so, I mean.
So we'll see.
I want to see some people play who haven't been playing.
I don't disagree. But let's put that to the side for this moment. We'll when we get closer to Sunday, we'll break down what we hope to see. I think right now the eyes have got to be on, hey, who's the next head coach? And here, in the midst of all the celebration of the Carolina Panthers that, hey, we've done a thing, here is the unfortunate reality that you are all going to have to deal with. The unfortunate reality that you are all going to have to deal with now is that this job is not a very attractive one right now. And Adam Schefter yesterday on McAfee Show predicted that there will be this offseason, including Carolina, 8 to 10 open head coaching positions in the National Football League. That says to me, if Shefty is correct, that says to me, great one, that Carolina is going to have a real hard time luring in any of what are going to be considered the top head coaching prospects. Because, hey, Why am I going to come to a job that the GM is a yes man for the Panthers? Now, there is a chance that Scott Fitterer gets fired before the end of the year, before the offseason, during the offseason, before the draft. There's a chance that that yes man is gone. We'll see. But whether he is or isn't, the question mark is going to be, if you're a head coach, do you want to come to a franchise that is on its 7th? You will be the 7th head coach under an owner in just a handful of years that is now fired 2 coaches back-to-back mid-season, and that has historically not allowed the coach to build his own roster. Remember, Phil Snow, Joe Brady, coordinators under Matt Rule, they were brought in by Tepp and Fitterer. Coordinators this year, Brown and Evero, they were not brought in by Frank Reich. They were brought in by Fitterer and Tepper. So if you're a top-notch head coaching prospect, you are a guy who's gotten an interview with all the jobs that are open, which Shefty says could be as many as 10 of them. Is Carolina high on your list? No. Now, there are only 32 head coaching jobs at the National Football League level. Somebody's going to want it. Somebody's going to want to say, this might be my only shot. Let me go see if I can work a miracle and become a legend. The problem is, it's not going to be anybody who is established. It's not going to be anybody who has done it and succeeded. Doug Peterson is not walking through that door.
So all the rumors of Olsen being the next head coach are just...
Don't you dare. Don't you dare, Carolina.
They're everywhere.
No. What happened was Greg Olsen said yesterday, I would be interested if you're interested. Call me. And a bunch of writers were like, oh, Greg Olsen in Carolina. No. Do not go the Jeff Saturday route.
It worked really well for Jeff Saturday.
Yeah, well.
He won just as many games as Frank Reich did.
Worked real well. 100% worked great. Here's what I will say.
In Carolina, Frank Reich won more. Anyway.
Here's what I will say. What you have to do now, Carolina, and this is not easy. It is going to be difficult, but it is your only option in my speculation. You are going to have to get experimental. You are going to have to give somebody a chance. And here's what I mean. Not a retread. Don't go get somebody who was a head coach like Frank Reich was a head coach. You need to find Mike McDaniel. You need to find Strickland. You need to find somebody that is a young, innovative, different, new age, contemporary type of coordinator. Somebody that has got fresh ideas and a fresh set of eyes on the game, and you need to elevate them. Is it a risky endeavor? Yes. Do those type of hires fail more than they succeed? Yes. But the reality is the guys that are established, that are proven winners, that may be available this offseason, they're not coming to Carolina. Unless Dave Tepper signs a piece of paper that says you have full control over the staff, over the roster, over the personnel, over the players. Full control. I will not be in your way. I'm not going to ask for meetings. I'm not going to do anything else other than give you a blank check and go hire who you need to hire to succeed. If Tepper does that, maybe you got a shot. But you are still an unattractive franchise because not only do you have a questionable roster, you don't have any capital to build it to make it better. You can't say, hey, you got the number 1 overall draft pick. Pick your guy. You don't have one. You got 1 second rounder, and that's it. So you're going to have to find a Strickland. You're going to have to find a McDaniel. You're going to have to find a young, innovative mind, and you are going to have to get away from a retread coach and try something new, fresh, and different if this is going to succeed. I'll tell you right now, Mike McDaniel is the model. Miami is the model for you to follow right now. End of debate as far as I am concerned. That is also the end of this hour. But despair not, my friends, because it is the beginning of the greatest 60 seconds of your life with Lonzo Sports Flash.
So much pressure. Matt Eberflus got, I said his name right, so that's a good start. Got his first divisional win in 10 tries last night as the Chicago Bears knocked off the Minnesota Vikings 12-10. Justin Fields threw for 217 yards, but Chicago scored no touchdowns. Josh Dobbs did throw one TD, but was intercepted 4 times. The Vikings fall to 6-6, while the Bears are now 4-8. Last night, LeBron James became the NBA's all-time leader for minutes played, surpassing Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's total by 22, logging his 66,319th minute amidst a lopsided loss, falling 138-94 to the 76ers. Tune in tonight for Furman basketball at 6:30 as the Paladins take on South Carolina State right here on the Fan Upstate. Jesse, CM Punk came back to WWE after he got fired from AEW. Hasn't been in WWE in 10 years. And there's some people who still like him. I don't get why, but the thing is, I never liked him. So, you know, I think it's his haircut or something. I don't know. No, right? I'll catch up eventually, Malik. I still got like 100 episodes. Hard to not be spoiled. Oh, okay. So I'm ahead of you. I'm in the late 800s. So I want to say like 890 something. I don't do perfection, Steven. I just, I can't. All I can do is my best.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I haven't done bad enough, Steven, where they've said, you know, this was a bad idea, so we need to stop doing this. And I would never try to do bad on purpose. Trey, I'm cheering for whoever's on before them and whoever's on after them.
Hey, man. Thank you, sir.
Well, don't do that for him. He doesn't need that. Yeah, it's
100%.
Yeah,
I can't do better than that.
So Lee just confirmed how bad the greatest 60 seconds were, which we were discussing.
He just called it the greatest 60 seconds.
Yeah, but he's heard me do better. So, I mean, you know. Again, I'm never going to get done with that and go, slam the paper down and go, yeah.
Nailed it.
Would be a way to do it, though. Just do that and just get up and walk out. Just go start packing your stuff up and I'm done, man.
Just leave.
Yeah. I came, I did the thing, I'm out. That is not what I wanted. Let's just do it. No, we're not doing that. No. Oh, okay. Yeah, I could. No. No, what am I doing? Oh, I'm done. I quit. Everything was fine. Leave your mouse alone. Smith and James in the first break.
Smith and James in the first break.
Here's what I'm rooting for, Trey. I'm rooting for the chanting for Seth Rollins to just tick CM Punk off so bad that he just quits. He's just like, I thought I was here to wrestle, and he just walks out of the building. That's what I'm rooting for. It could happen. That's why I always watch wrestling recorded, because I can skip 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes of chanting. Exactly, Josh.
Good morning.
You're so pleased with yourself.
Well, I was delayed. I looked over and saw you weren't doing anything. It's like, okay, I'll get him on the mic because he does not want to hear that kid again.
Good morning.
You are correct. I can give Lonzo credit for knowing me. That's the good news.
That kid loves you, by the way. He told me. He said you're his favorite on the radio. He listens every morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Our numero dos of the Rob Brown Radio program is live right now on the Fan Upstate. I am Rob, the great one Lonzo, on the other side of the metaphorical glass today. Should you wish to be a part of today's radio broadcast, I have great news for you. Your opportunity is available right now at 844-326-3663. You can text us on the carpros.com text line at 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N. Our first head coaching candidate for the Carolina Panthers is in the books. Joey has texted in and said, that's it, Rob. I've decided I am opening my candidacy for the head coaching position of the Carolina Panthers. And Joey, you have my full unmitigated support, bud.
Just without vetting, without anything. Just, yeah. I mean, Joe's in.
I mean, he's a better candidate than Matt Rule ever was. I'm just going to go with that. And I feel pretty justified in going with that if we're keeping it a buck. All right. Efforting Rashad Beard in the next hour. Have not heard back from Rashad. He did say yesterday that he would be able to join us, but it is also 7:00 in the morning. So, and Rashad got kids. So we'll see. He may be sleeping one off. He may be in the midst of getting ready for school. I will let you know when I hear from Shad and if he'll be able to join this morning. If not, he will be with us on Thursday for his normal time, but I'll keep you in the loop. Okay? We have been on the Frank Reich stuff. We will come back to that later on in the show because there are more things for us to talk about and through. So we will get to that later on in the program. But it is the 7:00 hour. It is the opening of the 7:00 hour. And at the opening of the 7:00 hour, we tell you the 3 sports stories you most need to know. We bring to you now, ladies and gentlemen, this morning's edition of the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
You hear that?
"You're fired!"
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet on the Fan Upstate.
But the fart noise is my favorite part.
Yeah, but I nailed that one. I did. That timing was perfect.
Ladies and gentlemen, the water cooler cheat sheet, the 3 things you need to know before you go start talking sports around the office this beautiful upstate Tuesday morning. And we begin with item number 1. We don't need to spend a ton of time on this, ladies and gentlemen, because we already have. The Carolina Panthers have moved on from Frank Reich as their head coach. David Tepper made the announcement yesterday via the Panthers' social media saying that he met with Frank Reich Monday morning and informed him that his services were no longer required. Chris Tabor, the special teams coordinator, is moved into the interim HC role. He is now the 6th head coach to perform under David Tepper's ownership of the franchise. He also, less than 3 hours after being placed into that role, fired running backs coach Deuce Staley and quarterbacks coach Josh McCown. Both are out of their roles as well. We have not gotten any updates as of yet regarding who, if anyone, will step into those 2 assistant coaching roles. I suspect someone will. We will find out if there are any more moves coming for Carolina. I will also be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure the Panthers are done removing people from the coaching staff. There may be more firings coming down the pipe. We will find out. But that being said, the Panthers have moved on. Frank Reich no longer the coach, Josh Tabor the interim, and now there are only questions left. What? Oh, I got it. So close.
There was
Nailed
a little.
No, it was perfect.
Okay, all right.
No, I heard it too. That's why I was being sarcastic. What, if anything, is going to be done about the future development of one Bryce Young throughout the remainder of the year? What offensive tactics, schemes, execution methods might be changed up, switched, adopted by Thomas Brown, the offensive coordinator, without Frank Reich taking control over him? And who will fill that role, that position for the team next season? We will be discussing all of that throughout the remainder of the radio broadcast. But now let's get to item number 2. It was a bittersweet evening for one LeBron James, as Bronny had himself a night last night. LeBron had another 30-point game. LeBron had another double-double. LeBron, at 39 years of age, is continuing to do the most damage ever done to Father Time in the NBA. LeBron last night also became the NBA's all-time minutes played leader. Dude. He logged last night his 66,319th minute. Now, I'm real bad at math, so I'm going to do this alongside you. 66,319 divided by 60 is 1,105 minutes and some change. You divide that by 24, that is 46.05, which means that LeBron James has spent midnight to midnight 46 days on the floor, not in a game, on the floor, actively playing 46 days of his life playing basketball on the hardwood.
So how many games ago would he have surpassed this if load management wasn't a thing?
3 years.
Okay.
I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Here's what I do know. What I do know is you can hate however you wish, but Kareem Abdul-Jabbar with his 66,297 minutes have now moved to second place on the list, and LeBron is 39 years old. So you may hate on the load management all you wish, but it has now gotten LeBron James to be playing NBA basketball, and by the way, at a very high level, into nearly his 40th year of life.
I'm not trying to poo-poo this whole thing, but it just seems to me like we would have been celebrating this last year.
I don't disagree. I also think you would have seen LeBron exit the league about 4 years earlier. I'm not, when I say 3 years ago, I don't know if that's true or not. What I do know is if LeBron was a cat playing every minute of every game, I think you would have seen his career end more on the timeline of a Kobe Bryant than on a timeline that is established by himself, right? Very few guys get to 39 in the association, and none of them are still putting up 30-point doubles and 30-point triple-doubles routinely. That being said, the Lakers also lost by 44 points last night, so it didn't really matter.
It's funny, someone on the stream who will go unnamed right away went to the MJ thing, saying people would go to the MJ thing when he just went to the MJ thing. So he did it to himself. No one's comparing that because
you played yourself.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Look, you can if you would like to take this into an MJ debate, you are certainly welcome to. I'm not gonna. I don't need to. The fact that immediately the MJ defenders came out of the woodworks going, but he's not MJ, tells me all I need to know about LeBron James.
You know what he is? He's better than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
He's played more than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
I mean, you can look at it that way. He just beat that record. That makes him better than him.
And I know this because, and I love you, Zach. I'm glad you're here every day. But the minute I just mention LeBron,
that was the guy I was saying.
Oh, I know it was. I know it was. I
didn't want to make him mad because I've seen that.
That's fine. I'm putting him on the stream. If you're going to bring it into the Rob Brown show, you got to live with it. I put him on the stream. The minute I even mention LeBron, I didn't say a damn thing about Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant or Magic or Larry or anybody else. The minute I simply think about LeBron James, the MJ people come running for a fight. Oh, yeah, it's not MJ. Nobody said he was.
Everyone knows Wilt Chamberlain is the best of all time.
I'm a Bird / Oscar Robertson guy myself. Those are my guys.
I was thinking Wilt somewhere else, but you know.
Oh no. Well, I would say NBA player with most minutes spent. Oh wait, dadgummit, I blew it. Most minutes spent. Then you win. Correct. There you go. Oh man, I blew my own.
Allegedly. Yeah.
Blew my own bit.
That's all right.
Item number 3 on the water cooler cheat sheet. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the next milestone on the college football calendar. The transfer portal is open. Players can begin submitting their name into the transfer portal. And boy, howdy, did some of them do it like real quick, like real quick. One of them, Tyler Van Dyke, the quarterback of the Miami Hurricanes, is no longer the quarterback of the Miami Hurricanes, a 3-year starter at Miami. Tyler Van Dyke was benched going into the Florida State game because he threw a lot of interceptions. He was the ACC Rookie of the Year in 2021 after being thrust into the lineup for a then-injured De'Aaron King. Head coach Manny Diaz was fired. Offensive coordinator Rhett Lashley became the SMU head coach. Van Dyke then struggled in 2022 as the Hurricanes transitioned into the Mario Cristobal era. That whole team gave up. We've talked about them at length, mainly because I find it hilarious. Things were better this year after Josh Gaddis was fired and Shannon Dawson took over for the Canes, but it still did not go well because Van Dyke actually got worse as the season went on. He was benched in favor of freshman Emory Williams for the FSU game. Of course, Williams had a catastrophic injury on the sideline. Van Dyke had to step back in. He played Miami's final 2 games. In 3 seasons at Miami, Tyler Van Dyke threw for 7,469 yards, 54 touchdowns with 23 picks. Will Howard is out at Kansas State. He's a multi-year starting quarterback. Put his name into the portal as a grad transfer. Started 7 games in 2023 and 21, 5 and 22 before becoming the full-time starter this season. He played for the injured Skylar Thompson during his first 2 seasons in Manhattan. That would be the little one, not the big one. And then supplanted Adrian Martinez as the starter in 2022, where he helped Kansas State win a Big 12 title this year. Howard started the season strong, but ended up splitting reps at times with Avery Johnson, a prized freshman at QB recruit. Later in the year, the snaps for Johnson began to decrease, but Johnson is viewed as the QB of the future in Manhattan, so Will Howard is out. Former 5-star USC wide receiver Reich Brown has hit the portal. He was a very highly touted recruit when he went to USC, was a 5-star prospect out of school in 2022 as an all-purpose back. He saw some action early as a freshman, had an ankle injury that limited him the rest of the year, finished with 151 yards and 3 touchdowns, receiving 166 yards and 2 TDs on the ground. This season, played briefly in 2 games before shutting himself down to preserve his red shirt. He knew way early into the season that he was going to be hitting the portal, and he now does so with 3 years of eligibility. He's not alone. Baylor starting quarterback Blake Shapen has entered the transfer portal, another multi-year starter at QB for the Baylor Bears, told ESPN yesterday that he will be transferring. Started 2 games in 21, became the Bears' full-time starter over the past 2 seasons. However, dealt with multiple injuries as Baylor struggled to a 3-9 record this year for his career. Over 5,500 yards, 36 tutties, 13 picks, completed almost 64% of his passes with 6 career rushing touchdowns. He's not alone. Trayshawn Ward. Some of you Clemson fans may remember this cat. Began his career at FSU. Rushed for a combined 1,143 yards and 11 touchdowns over his 2 years in Tallahassee. This season, 643 yards and 5 touchdowns while splitting carries with DJ Giddens at Kansas State. He has 1 season left as a graduate transfer. Chris Tyree is out at Notre Dame. Started his career at running back. Played slot receiver for the Irish this year. For his career, 1,161 yards, 8 touchdowns as a runner, 82 catches, 945 yards, and 7 tutties as a receiver. He has 1 year remaining. Several Power 5 starters have hit the portal already. Brandon Sorsby from Indiana played 10 games, threw for over 1,500 yards, 15 tutties, and 5 picks this year, rushed for 286 and 4 scores. Out of the Big Ten, Caton Hauser was the starting quarterback from Michigan State. Sparty has lost their starting QB. He was the starter second half of the season, 1,132 yards, 6 TDs, 5 INTs, 2 rushing as well. Utah quarterback Nate Johnson, Cam Rising, has announced that he is coming back for 1 more year with the Utes. Nate Johnson ended up behind Bryson Barnes, the pig farmer, on the depth chart. So there's no room for Johnson. And Ken Seals of Vanderbilt is out as well. Started games in 3 different seasons at Vandy, never maintained the starting role, but he does have 4,300 yards, 28 touchdowns in the bag. And finally, Texas A&M's Max Johnson is out. Played in 8 games for the Aggies this year. Took over as the team starter when Connor Wegman suffered a season-ending foot injury earlier in the year. Johnson dealt with injuries of his own over the season, did not play in A&M's final 3 games of the season. He transferred to A&M from LSU. He will now transfer out of A&M. Mississippi State starter Will Rogers is transferring out as well. Announced he'd play at a new school in 2024, limited to 8 games this year because of injuries, but is the school's all-time leading passer. Texas Tech quarterback Tyler Shook is set to transfer as well. Announced November 19th, he'd be transferring to a new school next year. Would be the 2nd transfer of his career, but he is a graduate transfer, so he does not need a waiver. The portal, y'all, like a dope nightclub, is hopping. Speaking of hopping, we got to hop to a break. That's a mediocre segue, but we strive for mediocrity around here. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, it is Tuesday. It is 7:20. It is time to distribute some awards for the best performers of the week, and we do it next on The Rob Brown Show. This is the Fan Upstate.
Smith and James.
All right, guys, quick live read, and then we're coming right back. Do not go nowhere. You clicked at the same time. It's on me. All right, dudes and dudettes, thanks for hanging out. We're back.
I mean, what'd you expect at Vanderbilt? I'm just saying. I mean, or do you think you've proven? Are they taking steps down? Both Vanderbilt quarterbacks are transferring. Are they going to take a step down, or do they think they proved themselves enough to take a step up? Because you were at
I think they thought they were close.
you were at Vanderbilt. I mean, You see Okada throwing out the first pitch?
No.
It's nice. He went out there in wrestling gear.
To throw the first pitch.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Tuesday, and it is time for one of, if not my favorite segment of the week. It is time to hand out some awards. It is award season here on the show, ladies and gentlemen. So let us hand out a few trophies for performances that were outstanding in football this weekend. We begin, ladies and gentlemen, with the Oregon State game. Bo Nix is a dude. I've never said he's not a dude. If it wasn't for the fact that Jaden Daniels is catching a later in the show, Bo Nix would be your Heisman Trophy favorite. He is in Vegas, but he's not on this show. However, had himself a day nonetheless against Oregon State, outdueled DJ Uiagalelei, going 33 of 40 for 367 with a pair of touchdowns. Also rushed 31 yards for a tutty as well. Bo Nix is not real, ladies and gentlemen. The Texas Longhorns had a send-off from the Big 12 against the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Brett Yurchek, the commissioner of the Big 12, asked the Red Raiders, hey, take care of business. Basically, send them out of here on an L. They did not do that as Texas crushes the Red Raiders 57-7. In that game, it was not Quinn Ewers, though we did get an Arch Manning sighting. Arch went 2 of 5 for 30 yards. Stellar debut.
Wait, he exists?
He does.
Oh.
But it was Jaden Blue, the backup running back who stepped in for the lost Jonathan Brooks and carried the ball. How about it? 10 times, 121 yards and a touch. The Longhorns rushed for 302 yards on the day. Really, the whole running back core could catch a TMFINR, but I'm going to give it to Jaden Blue for his performance for the Longhorns over the Red Raiders. Missouri knocked off Arkansas 48-14 in this one. It is not the quarterback who catches the TMFINR. No, my friends. It is Cody Schrader, the Missouri running back. 27 times he toted the ball for 217 yards and a touchdown. That is an average per carry, if you are doing the math at home, of 8 yards per carry. Cody Schrader is not real. We go to the Penn State-Michigan State game. A 42-0 shutout pitched by the Nittany Lions. And I'm going to give Drew Aller some credit, 17-26, 292. But Katron Allen, Nicholas Singleton. How about the numbers for these two wide receivers? Allen, 15 snags for $137. Singleton, 18 carries. Pardon me, carries, not snags. 15 carries for $137. Singleton, 18 carries for $118. They rushed for 283 yards and 2 touchdowns as a squad. Take off the 303 and 3 touchdowns through the air. Penn State's offense as a whole, could get a TMF INR against Sparty, but those two young men's rushing the football. Catch a TMF INR. We go to TCU, Oklahoma, 69-45, your final. Hope you bet the over, ladies and gentlemen, because it hit by a lot, partially because of Dylan Gabriel and Gavin Sawchuk. How about Dylan Gabriel? 24 of 38, 400 yards, 3 touchdowns in that performance. Gavin Sawchuk, 22 carries, $130, and 3 tutties on the ground. Really the Oklahoma offense, but Gabriel and Sawchuk specifically are not real. Let's go to Georgia Tech. This turned out to be a bit of a fight for like a while. Tech wouldn't go away. They put up 10 in the fourth quarter. They made it a contest, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Brown had Georgia minus 18.5. The Dogs went ahead and spoiled that bet for me, letting their Yellow Jackets hang around. But it is going to be a day out of Kendall Milton, the running back, that is going to carry him to a TMF INR. 18 carries, $156, and 2 tutties, averaged 8.7 a carry. Kendall Milton is not real. We move on to Michigan, Ohio State. In this one, it is not an offensive player that is catching a TMF INR in this. Instead, it is going to be the Michigan defense as a whole. They forced a pair of INTs out of Kyle McCord. I said going into the game, hey, look, the game is very simple here to me. You make Kyle McCord fall backwards. You make him regress. You make him turn the ball over once or twice. You win the game. Michigan did that. They won the game. The Michigan defense with a pair of turnovers. Wow. That's rude, Lonzo. It feels to me like you're manufacturing a rivalry here.
That's my hand slipped. It happens on occasion. I don't know what happened there.
It happens. It happens. Washington State, Washington, the Apple Cup. The Huskies escape the Cougars 24-21 in this one, and it was Roma Dunze that ended up being the guy. 7 grabs, 120 yards. Keeps the Huskies alive in the playoff race. All they got to do is get by Oregon, but they are underdogs. Let's keep rolling to the Arno. We go Auburn, Alabama, a thriller. The prayer in Jordan Hare is answered. Jalen Milroe, 16 of 24, 259, 18 carries for 107 yards. He threw for a pair of touchdowns as well. But I think you got to give it both to Milroe and Isaiah Bond. 5 catches, 75 yards, real good day. But it was the one touchdown that won the Iron Bowl for Alabama and kept them alive in the college football playoff race. Milroe, Bond. Let's go to LSU, Texas A&M. 42-30, the Tigers walk out of there with a dub and a 9-3 record, eligible for the bowl. And ladies and gentlemen, I know, shocking to absolutely nobody, the TMF INR for this game is going to, of course, who else? Jaden Daniels, 16 of 24, 235, and not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4. Woo! Touchdowns through the air. Oh, no big deal. He also rushed, Lonzo, 11 times for 120 yards, an average of 10.9 yards per carry. Woo! Jaden Daniels is not real. We keep going. Arizona State, a rivalry game out in the Valley, and you got to go with Noah Fafita, the quarterback for Arizona. Why, Lonzo? Well, I'll tell you. He threw the ball 41 times. 30 of those times ended up in the hands of a Wildcat receiver. He threw for 5 touchdowns and 527 yards. That is, one more time, 527 yards. I would say he's earned a award for the week, and I'll stand on that. Let's go to Notre Dame versus the Stanford Cardinal. 56-23. Listen, Stanford's outgunned. They were 3-9, no doubt, but Audric Estime, a guy I have loved to watch this year that nobody talked about and really needed to. 25 carries, 4 touchdowns, 238 yards for the young man. 25 totes, 238 and 4 touchdowns. Yeah, hey, Audric Estime. I missed the button. It kind of killed the flow. Whatever, we're going to keep going. NC State knocks off North Carolina 39-20, your final in that one. How about Brennan Armstrong? 22 of 31, 334, and 3 touchdowns as well. You also got to give some credit to the NC State defense. They picked off Drake May twice in that game, held him to 254 yards as the Wolfpack. Don't turn your back on the Wolfpack. They go to 9-3 and end with a better record than the preseason top 25 Tar Heels of North Carolina. The NC State Wolfpack, led by Brennan Armstrong in the defense.
That is not real.
And finally, Clemson v. South Carolina. How's it anybody but Khalil Barnes? He picks up a scoop and score to open on the very next drive. He ends up with a pick that sets Clemson up for another 3 points. They would win the quarter 10-7, and they would never look back. Khalil Barnes is an absolute dude, my dudes. I'm not going to say he single-handedly beat South Carolina, but without him,
I protest.
How do you protest that?
Only one of those things was real.
Listen,
and that was the interception.
we can disagree.
The other
with
thing
it.
was not real.
We can disagree with it all that we want, but he put himself in the mix. He put himself in the situation.
He had presence of mind to pick up the ball and run it in, even though it wasn't a backwards pass. I mean, he continued to play,
Not real.
but only one of those things was real, and that was his interception.
You know who's not real?
That is not real.
Khalil Barnes. Not a real guy. He's not real. Let's go to the National Football League, shall we? Real quick, we run through some of these. Not a ton to hand out this week. It was a pretty mediocre. It was a good parity weekend in the NFL. How's that? We open with Dak Prescott. He did it again. 22 of 32, 331, and 4 touchdowns through the air. Brandon Cooks got one. CeeDee Lamb got one. Kevontae Turpin got one. Rico Dowdle got one as well. They had 100 yards on the ground, led by Tony Pollard, 79. But Dak Prescott
is not real.
wins his, I believe, 3rd TMF-INR so far this year. He's 100% in the mix. But the guy that is, in my opinion, above him in the MVP race, how about Christian McCaffrey? 19 carries, 114 yards on the ground, and a pair of tutties to go with it. He also had 5 snags for 25 yards. Hey, turns out this guy, he's pretty good, huh? He's pretty good. This Christian McCaffrey guy. Christian McCaffrey!
That is not real.
Is not real. The Jags and the Texans fought to a 24-21 victory in favor of that team from Duval. Trevor Lawrence, 24 of 38, 364, and a touchdown to go. The Jags only rushed for 81 yards in this game. Travis Etienne never really got going. 20 carries, but only 56 yards to show for it. Trevor Lawrence threw the ball to 7 different Jags in this game. All 7 had double digits yards in the receiving category. Trevor Lawrence!
That is not real.
Catches what I believe.
Do you feel him, sir?
I do.
What I believe to be his first TMF-INR of the year. Let's go to the Rams and the Cardinals. LA.
He should get that just for his hair, like every
It's good
week.
hair.
It is.
It's good hair. I told the very game cocky and lady friend that if I grew my hair out, I'd have better hair than Trevor Lawrence. And she went, "That's not hard." I was like, damn, all right. Full takedown. German suplex on Trevor Lawrence's forehead. I like it.
Buzz cut people, man. You just can't. I mean, you just can't. Anyway.
37-14, the Rams up on top of the Arizona Cardinals, and it had to do with Kieran Williams, the running back, 16 totes and a $143. No tutties for the young man, mainly because when they got in the red zone, they kept giving it to everybody else but Kieran Williams. However, 143 will win you an NFL game. The Rams rush for 228, just a yard fewer than Matt Stafford threw for. 25 of 33, no big deal, Alonso. 4 touchdowns through the air for Matt Stafford. Matthew Stafford, Kyron Williams.
That is not real.
Are not real. And we wrap it up with the Eagles and the Bills. And yes, rare is the day that we hand out a TMF-INR to a dude on a losing football team. But I would like to welcome back to the scene Josh Allen. Josh Allen, 29 of 51, 339, and a pair of touchdowns. Josh Allen.
That is not real.
Has earned his second Josh Allen back. I hope that this time Josh Allen will stick around for just a little while.
Still Josh to me. You got to win some games in order to get your last name back.
I mean, that was a reigning Super Bowl runners-up and the number 1 seed in the NFC alone by themselves at the top of the mountain. What else do you want, man? It's never good enough.
One of these. And yes, that's 3 for the week. God.
What a week for the greats.
It's a back from vacation.
What a week for the great. Ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, I spent some time yesterday because I wanted to and I love you, running through every possible win and loss in the playoffs. I went through every possible dub and L in the college football playoffs to figure out what the scenarios would look like. And I think I've done it. And I will share those with you when we come back. I am Rob Brown. He is the great one. We
That is not real.
are very real on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
I don't feel real. I feel translucent.
As a heads up, I am leaving immediately at the conclusion of the show because the Triumph are doing a press conference for the new coach today that I need to get to.
Okay. So what you're saying is I'm going to get some work done today.
Yeah, I won't be bothering you today.
It's not you bothering me. It's us bothering each other, which is the whole reason why we didn't get anything done yesterday.
Really didn't. I mean, I did, but it took me 3 hours.
Yeah, same here. But I am behind on the week because Yes, you would, Zach. It turns out steak is not real. Neither are birds.
Birds aren't real, man.
Oh, slight delay.
Oh, slight delay.
So according to reports, Baldur's Gate 3, the latest patch, causes the game to slow down, which I have experienced because it's contemplating all your thefts and bad choices. So supposedly the AI is unhappy with you and it's thinking about everything that you've done. So I wonder if that means it slows down more if you made more bad choices.
So the computer's a DM who is like,
which technically that's what it is because it's that game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah. I kept thinking, man, this thing has slowed down so much lately. And then, yeah, it's all over the place. We're supposed to fix it in the next patch. I wonder how you fix that. You tell the AI, listen, it's okay. It's just a game.
you got to let me live, man.
All to further the demise of mankind as we know it, because, you know, as AI learns and evolves and goes, okay, they say it's just a game. What if the world was just a game? It's just a game. I mean, you know.
The world's just a game, bro.
Well, it's hit me so much more today. I will adjust by next week again.
Before we do, vacations are hard to long vacations are hard to bounce back.
Yeah,
from.
before vacation, I was good, and now it's just like yesterday. There was excitement, I guess, about being back. Today,
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, I'm here.
Those types of vacations are real hard to bounce back from.
And I woke up at 2 and had that thought, maybe I'll just go to work. And it's like, what is wrong with you? That's just stupid. And then I went back to sleep and started dreaming. And when you dream, I think you sleep deeper.
Mm-hmm.
So the alarm goes off and I'm like, oh no. At least I didn't set off the house alarm like 4 times this morning. So that was good. It's a test run, Zach. They're preparing for the takeover by, first working with the gamers, and then they'll move on to the government. Although it might be the government running the games, so never mind.
Me? Not was it what? What?
Notre Dame?
I've heard Notre Dame.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
I've heard Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Like the way they say the cathedral in France.
Yeah, I mean it is French
Notre
after all.
Notre Dame. Notre Dame.
So are they're cracking on how you're saying it?
No, I think they're cracking on how that guy said it. I mean, because he just said he was listening to another show only because we're not on 24/7, which, ladies and gentlemen, we kind of are. Because if you go to the website, thefanupstate.com, and you go to the middle of the page and you drop down the podcast section and you click on the Rob Brown Show, not only is every hour, every day podcast, but we also pull highlight segments from the show that you can listen to on demand and at your whim. So if you have ever thought to yourself, by goodness gracious, it's 3 a.m, you know what would make me feel better right now? A little Rob Brown in my life. Well, I have tremendous news for you. Go to the website, drop down the podcast button, click on the Rob Brown Show, and you can listen to Lonzo whenever the hell you want.
Is that like a digital booty call?
It kind of is.
Okay, all right.
In fact, this show just gained a new nickname. Ladies and gentlemen, we are your virtual booty call. All right? You're welcome. I want to get to this. I was going to come to the playoff stuff, but I want to save that because I need more than 7 minutes to do it, but I don't need more than 7 minutes to listen to this wonderful audio. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is Jim Harbaugh. This is going to be clip number 2.
A lot of that seems very...
I know, Jim. I'm not ready for you. Clip number 2.
I just want to point out that wasn't me.
Yeah, no,
I just
know it was me.
yeah, okay.
Click the wrong button. Jim Harbaugh yesterday was doing a presser for the Michigan Wolverines. They, of course, are playing for the Big Ten championship this weekend. And should they defeat the Hawkeyes of Iowa, they will 100% be into the college football playoffs as an undefeated Power 5 conference champion.
Let's go Hawkeyes.
Jim Harbaugh was asked about the rivalry between the Michigan Wolverines and the Buckeyes of Ohio State University, a Michigan rivalry that is being dominated by the Wolverines 3 in a row for Harbaugh, despite the fact that he's only coached in 2 of them. Well, he got in front of the microphone. He was asked about the rivalry, and he said this.
A lot of that seems very, very built up from outside of the 2 programs. I'm not going to go as far as to say contrived, but I mean, it is hyped up. I mean, hyped up to ends of to no ends. And there's these are student athletes that they're young kids, young adults that are playing this game, and all we ask them to do is go out there and play their very best. So to answer your question, I think that is very manufactured for the TV show that people want to watch and see.
Wow, if you hadn't told me who that was, I would have thought that was Joe Biden with his cadence. Do you hear his cadence? How he just, like he gets lost every once in a while, forgets where he is, and he thinks he's being concise, and it's just yeah. You won 3 in a row. You can say whatever you want, and there's nothing anyone can say back to it.
Right.
So I mean, whatever, dude. Still sound like Biden to me now. Forever you shall be.
I don't like politics in my sports, Lonzo.
You're right.
Leave the politics at the door. All
right? I know what it is.
I don't need you bringing your philosophy into the sports.
I get what it is. So those hesitations is when he closes his mouth. And
he did.
Because it's so difficult to do.
He didn't. All right. So here's the thing. Rob Brown, listen to that, and I mean this, about 12 times before I played it on the air for you this morning. I really did. I listened to it about a dozen
Why
times.
would you subject yourself to that?
Because I came to the conclusion that Jim Harbaugh has pulled off a wonderful philosophical move. He is both right and wrong at the same time. It's hard to do. And he did it.
I do that all the time.
He is both right and wrong at the same time. And here's what I mean by that. What I mean by that is this. On one hand, I think that a lot is asked of these student athletes, and I think a lot of pressure is placed on them to win games like this one. On the flip side, we've been doing this for like 125 years, my dude, right? Like, this is not new. How old is the Michigan-Ohio State rivalry? 1,000?
All I know is, I grew up in that. And players who go to both schools go there specifically a lot of times just to beat that other team. Has nothing to do with whether they're a student athlete. It has nothing to do with what you can call contrived. I guess in the beginning it had to be, or maybe they legitimately played each other and said, you know what? You suck. I hate you. And it just continued on for 57 years or whatever.
The first game took place in 1897 at Regents Field, where the Michigan Wolverines defeated the Ohio Buckeyes 34-0. There have been 119 times these two teams have gotten together and played a little footy. In the all-time series, Michigan leads 61-51-6. The largest victory came in 1902 when Wolverines beat Buckeyes 86-0. Wow. Longest win streak from 1901 to 1909. The Michigan Wolverines won 9 in a row. The current win streak is Michigan on a 3-game heat. Here is my thing. On one hand, Harbaugh's right. A lot of it is manufactured. For sure. For sure.
As are all rivalries.
Right.
Yeah.
Specifically, all rivalries that are televised nationally at this point. Because here is the reality. I was born in New Orleans, Louisiana, to a bunch of Cajuns. I moved to the Florida Panhandle, hung out with a bunch of rednecks. I now I spent 6 months with a bunch of people in Jacksonville. And now I live here in a paradise in the upstate of South Carolina. Okay? I have exactly and precisely 0 connections to the game with the exception of the great one, right? I have no reason to care about that game unless it's like this year where it's like obviously directly implicated to the college football playoffs.
2 undefeated teams. It was an excellent game, whether I like the outcome or not. It was a playoff game.
Arguably a game of the year candidate. No, a definite game of the year candidate. But I have no connection to that game. The only reason I would have a connection to the game is in a case like this where, hey, somebody's getting knocked out of the playoffs and somebody is effectively stamping their ticket to it, right? But outside of that, when Michigan and Ohio State are ranked 17 and 22 in the world, yeah, I did say Ohio stank. That's my bad. That's way my bad. When Michigan
It's going to have to be some retribution at some point.
No, I got you. Michigan and the Ohio State University.
I don't know if that makes up for it or not. I'll consider
I won't call it the Ohio State for like a day. When those two teams get together and they're ranked 23 and 26 in the country, it doesn't matter to me. The only reason I would get involved is what? Because I go, ooh, they hate each other like a lot. Like a lot. Columbus, Ohio refuses to use the letter M for a week when they play Michigan. It's pretty impressive, the levels of hate. Now, here's what I will say, Lonzo. I think the hate in that rival at its core, when Michigan and the Ohio State University get together, I think the hate between the fan bases is very organic. I think it's very real. You're raised in that. I've been around Alabama, Auburn. I know what it's like.
I was going to say, but I think the Ohio State-Michigan rivalry is oddly respectful, whereas some rivals just want to, if you die, they're happy. I mean, we've done some news stories around here about people not lately getting in a fight, rivals, and ended up in jail. So
I mean, that's going to happen in any rival. That segment brought to you and inspired, of course, by Jägermeister. Which I'm a fan of. Jägermeister and Barks Root Beer. It's called a barrel roll.
I'm guessing he is not on either of those right now, but
No,
I don't know.
It's 7:54 in the morning. Anyway,
It's not that old. 5 o'clock somewhere, something,
burn, a little Jimmy Buffett. I like it. So I would go with, I think the rivalry is organic at its core, but I do think it has to be manufactured because at the end of the day, the only way you're going to get me involved, unless it is a year where two undefeated teams are playing to knock one another out of a playoff spot, the only thing that would get me interested in that game is I want to see the hate. I want to see the hate. So they do manufacture it, but I don't think it's manufactured in the stadium on that Saturday. I think it's manufactured outside of that to sell us to watch the game. And hey, it freaking works.
Word of mouth used to be a thing before radio and TV. So of course that's how people learn about, your mom and dad may say, hey, we just don't like them. Like the fact that I don't have orange in my house. You can teach that part, but in the end, they're also going to pick it up from now social media and everywhere else. It's just life. But he can say it matter of factly all he wants because they've won 3 in a row.
Yeah, he can say whatever the hell he wants.
Also, Fire Ryan Day
right now. No, you got to stop with that. I'm begging you to stop with that. Begging you to knock that off. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Jim Harbaugh says the Ohio State-Michigan rivalry is manufactured. I'm going to tell you right now, we sit in the midst of a rivalry right here in the upstate, not manufactured at all. I know the sports flash is manufactured, but Lonzo brings you all the passion and fire of 1,000 burning suns, and he does it right now.
It's hot in here, yo. The college football transfer portal is open, and some big names have already jumped in the pool. Miami Hurricanes quarterback Tyler Van Dyke, Kansas State quarterback Will Howard, USC 5-star wide receiver Raleek Brown, Baylor quarterback Blake Shapen, and former FSU turned Kansas State running back Trayshawn Ward, Notre Dame receiver Chris Tyree, Michigan State quarterback Katan Hauser, and Texas quarterback Max Johnson all announced as well. And also both Vanderbilt quarterbacks are leaving. Not sure why. Last night, LeBron James became the NBA's all-time leader for minutes played, surpassing Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. We are your home for Furman basketball. Tune in tonight at 6:30 as the Paladins take on South Carolina State right here on the Fan, upstate. More Jim Harbaugh bashing to come. Come on, man. If he did, Zach, he would go and be as successful somewhere else as DJ Uyunglele is. He could get better. Who's the next guy? Clemson always has the next guy. Who is that? Is there somebody in the fold? Is there somebody coming in? Usually there's that guy, and I haven't heard anything. It should be too soon for that guy because Cade should be the guy. But speaking of hype, there's always seems to be some hype around the next Clemson quarterback, and I don't know who it is. I guess that makes sense. DJ was supposed to be the guy, and Cade was supposed to be the guy. I don't know. I think all of us have looked in the mirror at one point and went, my butt is 5-star. Anyway.
On Amazon right now, there are a ton of Funko Pops that are on sale for like $2.50.
Oh, cool.
Fennec Shand, Winter Soldier, Doctor Strange, America Chavez, Master Mordo. Nelson Hightower.
You have mentioned no one that I want,
Queen
though.
Rwanda.
Maybe that's why they're on sale for that much. I just,
Queen Cersei. Oswald Cobblepot from the Batman.
now that Cameron can do a mean impersonation of it's really loud though. That is the best penguin ever put on. I mean, you could say
really like him.
you could say Danny DeVito, and I like Danny DeVito, but the most what I
Danny DeVito
consider
is so
comic book accurate, I think, was the latest one. Been waiting for that series to come out.
Valkyrie from Thor. Inasa Yororoshi from My Hero Academia.
You sure you're saying that right?
Nope, not even close.
Let me see the
Kamala-
picture.
Kamala Khan in her full Mrs. Marvel outfit.
Oh, that's cool.
Judo Master from Peacemaker. Judo Master, such a great name.
Is he green? Is it
Yes.
that guy? It's
Yeah.
the little guy.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's been a while since I saw it. So.
Jennifer from She-Hulk, like non-She-Hulk, She-Hulk. Whitney Houston and her I Want to Dance with Somebody outfit. The
Well-
pink dress. I might buy that one for myself.
Have you
I don't own any pops.
have you tried to pop yourself yet?
No, I need to do that.
Which I did. It costs I didn't buy it yet. I think it ended up costing like $38 after all accessories
care.
and stuff. Dude, it's pretty. I think you can make yours fairly accurate.
Yeah.
Because you can add sunglasses.
Do you like
and-
upload a picture?
No, if you go to the site right now, you can do
I'm
it.
looking at it.
Yeah, you can do it right now. No, you have to do it from the builds that they have.
Okay. That's right. Yeah.
I mean,
Obviously, I gotta
I did it, and you add accessories, I had a microphone in one hand and a game controller in the other.
yeah.
I mean, so it's things, and then you put your name and they put it on the box. So I had DeLonzo on the box. I actually have a picture of it. I'll have to remember to show it to you. Because Lisa's like, go ahead and get it. I was like, not
Do I
yet.
put a hat on myself or not?
I think you can go backwards. I can't remember if you can go backwards or forwards with the hats. May only be forwards. Because we thought about doing, the entire pulse that way. I think they do have a hockey jersey too.
And away we go, ladies and gentlemen. The third hour of the Rob Brown Show starts right this very second. Welcome in. Wonderful to have you. I am Rob Brown. The great Malonzo is on the other side of the metaphorical glass. Should you wish to be a part of the radio broadcast, now is a wonderful opportunity for you to do just that. TheCarPros.com text line 781-307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, and we'll read them on the air. We got a few of them that I will respond to here in just mere moments from now. You can also get on the radio if you would like to try to make yourself a star. Now's the opportunity. 844-326-3663. Don't be better than me, but do be good on the phone lines. 844-326-3663. You can text us at 71307. I said that already. So let's move on to Twitter/X, where you can get me at The Rob Brown Show, at The Rob Brown Show. You can get Lonzo at Lonzo on Word. Lonzo on Word. You can get us all at The Fan Upstate. So, yesterday, I did a little thing. I went to the house. I was hanging out, chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool. And I started to have a little fun. And I told you I was going to do this at the end of the day. So I did. So I went and I started thinking, all right, we have got coming up this weekend 5 Power 5 championship football games. In the Southeastern Conference, we have Alabama and Georgia. In the Atlantic Coast Conference, we have Florida State and Louisville. In the Big Ten, we have the Iowa Hawkeyes and the Michigan Wolverines. In the Big 12, we have the Oklahoma State Cowboys taking on the Texas Longhorns. And in the Pac-12, we have the Oregon Ducks taking on the Washington Huskies. And I thought to myself, Rob, you handsome, beautiful genius, you. What if we sit down and we were to think about all the different possible outcomes based on the winners of these games? How much chaos can we create? So I had a little fun with that. And I started, Lonzo, with let's just pick the favorites, yeah? Let's just pick the favorites. Let's just pick if we go straight chalk on the betting line, which I'm going to tell you right now, not a bad way to go if you're betting these games this weekend. But let's take a look at it. My thought here, it's real easy. Georgia, Michigan, Florida State, and Oregon are going. If all the favorites win, that is, Georgia beats Bama, Florida State beats Louisville, Michigan beats Iowa, Texas beats Oklahoma State, and Oregon beats Washington, because Oregon is the favorite in this game, by a touchdown and a half right now. Then Georgia, Michigan, FSU, and Oregon are going. I think Georgia's in as the 1 seed. I think Michigan's the 2. I think the Wolverines would line up against the Seminoles in round 1 as the 3 seed, and I think Georgia would catch the number 4 seed Oregon Ducks in round 1 if we go that way. But what if we don't have the favorites? What if all the underdogs were to win? I find this highly unlikely, but hey, there's a possibility. Let's say that Alabama upsets Georgia, Louisville upsets Florida State, Iowa upsets Michigan. 0 chance, snowball's chance in hell. But let's say they do. Oklahoma State beats Texas, and Washington beats Oregon.
Yeah, Rob, and CM Punk will never come back to WWE. So I dare to believe that Iowa, the mighty Iowa Hawkeyes, can knock off Michigan.
Well, then you will like the results, because I tallied that up and I tried to pick the correct order, and here's what I came up with last night. Washington is going to go for sure. They would be the only undefeated Pac-12 champion. Again, they are an underdog in their game. Washington would go. Alabama would get in by way of winning the SEC. Georgia would get in by way of being the SEC runner-up, in my estimation. And shocker of shockers, Lonzo, the Buckeyes of Ohio State, I think, would actually get in over Michigan. I think that's a rarity. I do. I think the weakness of the loss to Iowa, or to the Iowa Hawkeyes, would outdo the strength of a 6-point win of Ohio State over Michigan. But those two are probably interchangeable. I could also see them going with Michigan. I could also see putting both of them to the curb and going with Texas in that spot. But I think that's how that would play out. So let's go with a couple of other scenarios here. We've gone with all the winners being the favorites. We've gone with all the winners being the underdogs. I also came up with a scenario where the conference champion of the Southeastern Conference would get left out. It looks like this. Alabama beats Georgia. That's reasonable. Florida State beats Louisville. Michigan beats Iowa. Texas beats Oklahoma State. All of those reasonable. It would take an upset. And again, it is weird. I know I've got to kind of keep throwing this around in circles. Washington is the underdog. If Alabama beats Georgia, FSU beats Louisville, Michigan beats Iowa, Texas beats Oklahoma State, and Washington upsets Oregon, the Southeastern Conference would not have a team in the playoffs this year. You would have Michigan and Washington and Florida State all definitively in as undefeated Power 5 conference champions. And then you would have, as one-loss conference champs, Texas and Alabama. We have said a lot, that head-to-head matters, right? The playoff committee has said it. We have said it. Head-to-head matters. Texas beat Alabama straight up. That means they got to go in. So if that is the way it plays out, Alabama beats Georgia. Florida State beats Louisville. Michigan beats Iowa. Texas beats Oklahoma State. Washington beats Oregon. Michigan, Washington, FSU all go. And I think Texas fills the 4 spot. And the Southeastern Conference would be shut out of the college football playoffs. And here's the thing. I don't find that, honestly, all that outlandish. I don't find that like a wild prediction. I honestly think that would be a reasonable outcome. What happens if we get a Georgia win over Bama, a Florida State win over Louisville, a Michigan win over Iowa, and then let's say we get a Texas win in the Big 12, and we get an Oregon win in the Pac-12? How does that work out? I think Texas is getting left out at that spot. And basically what that says to me is the resume of playing through the Pac-12 is just too strong to ignore. The resume of playing through a Pac-12 and being 11-1, well, technically 12-1 at that point, 12-1 is going to put you in over the Big 12. I think that works out. Let me address this. I got a texter that says, and I quote, "In absolutely no situation does the SEC champion get left out. You are high as drink some caffeine and get your head together." Dude, I just laid out to you the exact situation in which an SEC champion gets laid out. It will take an upset. It will take Washington upsetting Oregon, the 12-0 team upsetting the 11-1 team. That's where those two teams have gone. Since they played and Washington won 36-33, those two teams have taken divergent paths. Oregon has gotten better week by week. Washington has just kind of plateaued.
If you have 4 undefeated teams, those teams go in, and SEC could absolutely be left
That
out.
is, even if not, even if I only have 3, I can still leave the SEC out. You ready? Michigan goes in, undefeated Big 10. Washington goes in, undefeated Pac-12. Florida State goes in, undefeated ACC. I am telling you now, because I know what the argument's going to be here, Texter, before you give it to me, and I welcome the conversation. But the argument you're going to make here is that a one-loss SEC champion should go in over an undefeated ACC champion who does not have their star quarterback. Now, I'm going to tell you, the playoff committee has said in the past that they do consider the loss of a star player as a factor, and that's fine. But they have also laid out multiple times that undefeated seasons matter a lot and conference championships matter a lot. So, in this world, if I may boil it down to its most simplistic terms, right there we've got 3 factors. But the loss of a star player is down on the list. The top 2 factors that have gone into this are undefeated seasons or regular season win totals and conference championships. The SEC is better than the Big 12. I'm not going to argue with you because the texter just said one-loss SEC champ goes in over Texas 100%. Another texter says, I kind of agree with the texter. The committee will use every argument in their power to keep the SEC teams in. I feel as if they've been SEC biased from the beginning. I don't disagree with that at all.
What? Is it bias when there's always seems to be a team that's undefeated? I mean,
I don't think it's a bias. I think it's the constantly getting 2 teams in, right? More often than not.
I might agree with that part, but having one in, I don't know that.
I don't think getting one is a bias. I think the fact that the SEC very regularly gets 2 teams in, including non-conference champions, is a bit of a bias. But I will also acknowledge that it is partial bias, and it is partially, up until this year, the SEC traditionally has been, without question, the most difficult football conference to work through.
All right, we're gonna find out next year, though. As far as if bias really comes into play, how many SEC teams make it next year? I know we'll talk about it next year, but we'll see.
So here's what I'm going to say. I agree with you. And I think that if Texas and Alabama had not played each other, and Texas had 1 loss to Oklahoma and no other else, and Alabama had 1 loss, let's say to an LSU, but no other else, not to Texas, then yes, I would agree with you. In that scenario, Alabama would go in over Texas. But here's the problem. In order to put Alabama in over Texas, you have to flat out ignore their head-to-head victory. You have to flat out ignore it. And while I do agree that the playoff committee has in the past shown bias towards the Southeastern Conference, they have constantly cracked us over the head with, hey, you know that head-to-head matters. Again, the three things that the committee has told us matter the most: regular season win total, conference championship, and head-to-head results. Head-to-head results. Texter said, I will flat out ignore the loss to Texas. They are two completely different teams. I don't disagree. But if that is the case, then we should be picking our playoff teams on power rankings, not on season-long results. We shouldn't even do playoff polls 5 weeks out then. We should do one playoff poll at the end of the year, and it should be a power ranking, and regular season wins and losses don't matter, and championships in conferences don't matter. If you are going to tell me, and I've said this about two teams, Alabama and Florida State, if you are going to tell me that you are holding out Texas in favor of Alabama, and if you are telling me you are holding out Florida State because of Jordan Travis, what you are telling me is nothing matters but the eye test. That's what you're saying to me. Nothing matters but the eye test.
I'm just curious if the SEC gets left out, will that texter still watch the playoffs?
Again, and I mean, you're welcome to answer, texter. You're on the text line, who responds, by the way, and said, fair argument. Yes, I know. I'm very good at this. Okay, that made me sound like a jerk. I'm sorry. I take that back. I'm just goofing. It's a character.
Are you goofing? No, yes. No one believes that second
I'm
part.
goofing. I'm having fun. I'm just totes having a good time, you guys. I will say this. It is a good argument. I know it's a good argument. All right. Sarcasm aside, I know it's a good argument. If you will take and ignore Florida State because their quarterback's hurt, or you put Texas behind Alabama because Alabama looks like a better team right now, which, by the way, I don't think you can definitively say. Texas just won their rivalry game by 50. Alabama just needed a freaking miracle to beat a team that lost to New Mexico State in their own stadium. Which of those two rivalry games gives you a better eye test? A 50-point win over a Texas Tech Red Raiders team, or a miracle touchdown over a team that lost to New Mexico State?
I'm just sitting there thinking, how refreshing would it be to not have an SEC team in the playoff? That would be an amazing gift for
the SEC fans
college football.
The SEC fans will lose their mind.
Oh, it'd be a lot of fun around here.
It'd be hilarious. Sure. Hilarious. So I'm going to make the argument, and that was my argument, Texter. And I appreciate you texting on the text line and engaging in the conversation, because I think that was a great argument to it. But I think if you were to ignore Texas in favor of a team that they beat, then at that point, whatever faith, and by the way, this conversation will not matter as much next year, but it will matter, right? It won't matter as much. Because realistically speaking, I don't know what that was either. There we go. Feel better. Realistically speaking, we will still be having these arguments next year. We'll just be having them about who should be 11-12, not who should be 3-4.
I wonder if we will. I
think we will.
I can't wait till we get there, because I wonder if you're having to put in like a 3 or a 4-loss team into those last couple of spots. And will we even be talking about like, it doesn't matter, whoever it is, they're going to get their butts whipped by number one.
Look, we can know that right now, right? We can know that right now. Right now, we know the winner of the SEC is in. Georgia or Alabama will stay likely inside that top 12.
So right, would Clemson be in the playoff?
If we were go to a 12-team playoff right now, no, they would not be.
So it'd just be top 12. So
correct. It's the top 5, it's a 5+7 model. The top 5 conference champions plus the next 7 highest ranked teams by the playoff committee, right? So right now, it would be the Georgia-Alabama winner. The other team would be getting in as an at-large. It would be the Iowa-Michigan winner. Likely the other, no, scratch that. If Michigan wins, they go in as in a winner. Iowa would be bounced. If Iowa wins, Iowa would go in as a winner. Michigan would still be in the top, in those 7 teams. It's the Washington-Oregon winner. Scratch that. If Oregon wins, Oregon goes in as the Pac-12 winner. Washington would probably still be in that 7 at 12-1 and a conference runner-up. I suspect if Oregon loses at 11-2, they're going to be right on the cusp. Ohio State would be in. Texas would be in either as the Pac-12 champ or a Big 12 champ. Again, if they lose this game this weekend to Oklahoma State, Texas would be 11-2. Can you put an 11-2? This is what I'm saying. A lot of these teams, like we're talking about it, but let's say theoretically that Oregon loses the Pac-12 championship. Texas loses the Big 12 championship. Alabama loses the SEC. Now in the 2-loss teams, I have Oregon. I have Ohio State with a single loss, but they did not make a championship game. I have Alabama with 2 losses, but they did. I have Missouri at 10-2 out of the Alabama Conference. I have Penn State at 10-2, but they lost to both Michigan and Ohio State. I have Ole Miss at 10-2 out of the SEC. I have Oklahoma out of 10-2 in the SEC. I have LSU at 9-3, but they've got a Heisman finalist and probably favorite at quarterback. I've got Arizona at 9-3 out of a very difficult conference. I've got Louisville at 10-2, who could theoretically be a 10-2 or at this point 11-2 ACC champion. They would be in by way of championship. Where do you put Florida State at 12-1, but without their star quarterback? We will still have these conversations.
All right,
next year.
just one thing that I've noticed. All right, so my understanding was an expanded playoff would allow some teams that don't normally get in there to get in there. You haven't named a smaller school in any of those scenarios.
The first school that you find is Tulane at 11-1, and they are at, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. They are at 18th in the playoff rankings. Tulane at 11-1. Now, here's my question. Would I put a group of 5 champ in Tulane at 12-1? Would you put them over an 11-2 Alabama who played in the SEC championship game? Because I think Alabama beats Tulane by what? 100? Would you put 11-1 Tulane, 12-1 Tulane over a 10-2 Missouri team who has 2 top 25 losses? Would you put them in over a 12-1 Florida State team who played in the ACC championship game but does not have their starting quarterback? Because I would make the argument, I can't punish all of Florida State because Jordan Travis got hurt, right? Like, we're going to keep having these conversations. I've seen a lot of people, I wish we were expanding. I agree. This would be a wonderful year for expansion. But we're still going to have these conversations next year. They're just going to be deeper down the depth chart, but I think they're going to matter because there will be more of them, right? So I've seen these conversations are going to go away when we expand. No, they're not. The hell they are. They're going to get more intense. Because now it's just about underdogs who have a shot. Let's take a break. We'll come back, get to the second segment of Hour 3. When we come back, I am Rob Brown. The great one, Lonzo's on the other side of the glass. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate.
Lights.
All right, guys, quick live read right here, and we'll be right back. Do not go anywhere. Thanks. Bama over Georgia is a better win than Texas over Bama. I don't agree. I don't disagree with you, Tracy. I agree. Here's the thing that I think everybody's missing. I agree with that. And I would even agree and say you can make the argument right now, although it doesn't show it in the final week, that Texas is a better team than Alabama. But what you can't do is ignore an outright on the field win. The whole concept of the playoffs was what? Let's settle it on the field. Let's settle it on the field. That's why everybody got mad about the Georgia-Alabama rematch a few years back, because we had already settled it on the field and you're not giving somebody else a chance. But we went with a playoff to give a team a chance. And the way I look at it is if you go Alabama over Texas, you are basically saying we already know you settled it on the field, but we don't care. You are also ignoring that it is about the full season, not the last couple of weeks.
Shades and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com.
Take control of your listening experience with Rewind on the Odyssey app. Missed a jaw-dropping moment? No worries.
The Odyssey app makes it easy.
With Rewind, you can relive big moments from Mark Ryan, Rob Brown, Jim Rome, and more. Don't miss a beat. Just hit Rewind with the Odyssey app on the Fan Upstate. Early birds get the sports scoop. No
The Rob Brown Show carries on, ladies and gentlemen. Robin Lonzo with you. Texter said there should be no automatic bids. The best 12 teams get in. I would not disagree with that. But I would ask you, what metric would you use to determine the best teams? I have told you in the past, to me, the eye test can and should be a part of it. This has been one of the biggest disagreements that the Great One and I have had in our time working together. I have said time and time again, the eye test is important. The eye test should be a factor. It should be a metric, but it should not be the most important metric. It should be one of the most important metrics, but it should not be the only one. Tracy said in the stream chat, Bama over Georgia is a better win than Texas over Bama. And I won't disagree with that. Since the game against Texas, with the exception of the game against, who was it, USF? Alabama has gotten progressively and dramatically better. Jalen Milroe has looked like a real good quarterback, over the past few weeks, right? Up to including orchestrating the prayer at Jordan Hare. You got to say it that way to make it work. The prayer at Jordan Hare. I think right now that Alabama is probably, not definitively, but probably a better team than Texas. I think if they played on a neutral site right now, I'd go Bama by 1.5. That's it. But in order to go Bama over Texas, I think part of what you have to do is effectively say the regular season doesn't matter. The regular season doesn't matter. Head-to-head doesn't matter. All that matters is the eye test. Well, when Texas lined up against Bama in the regular season in week 4, everybody picked Alabama, right? Remember that? Everybody picked Alabama. There were like a couple of people who picked Texas, and most of them had a connection. Everybody picked Bama. And then what we do, we put them on the field, we gave them 60 to determine it, and Alabama went out there and won the football contest. Or excuse me, Texas went out there and won the football contest. In order to say that the eye test matters the most, you have to then put into perspective on the back burner regular season accomplishments, undefeated seasons, right? You got to put all that on the back burner. Now, Texas could have solved this problem and had nothing up for debate simply by beating Oklahoma, Had they beat Oklahoma, we're not having this conversation. Texas is in, right? Beat Oklahoma State, you're in. No questions asked. Texas is very much in danger of being left out. Alabama's in more danger because they lost head-to-head. Texas said if Tulane would get in, they would get their, Rob, do better. Texas said if Tulane would get in, they would get their waxed by the other 11 teams they don't deserve to be in. Again, these are the conversations that we are going to have next year, right? This is why I said these conversations aren't going anywhere. They're just going to change format. Tulane fans are going to argue till they're blue in the teeth. They're going to go, wait a minute, we beat USC in a bowl game last year. Nobody picked us to beat USC in a bowl game. We did it. Why would you not give us the same shot? The easy response is, yeah, but you didn't play USC. You played USC minus the seniors. You played USC minus the holdouts for minor injuries. You played the future of USC. You played USC's JV, not the Trojans. But they can still argue, yeah, and we won. And we won. We beat them. We should have a chance. All we're asking for is a chance. But that conversation is all we want is a chance. ... at the expense of somebody else's chance. Because here's my question. One of the teams that would absolutely be somewhere down there in the mix, is a Missouri. Well, if you are Missouri, are you looking at this and going, wait a minute. We just played through the Southeastern Conference. I would argue, second most difficult conference in America right now, behind the Pac-12 and only the Pac-12. And we came out of it 10-2. That's a real good conference. We came out of it 10-2. We should have a shot before 11-1 Tulane. They have one more win than us, and we did it in the most difficult conference in America outside of the Pac-12. Although SEC fans will still make the argument they're the ones. Outside of the Pac-12, we just did it through the most difficult conference to do it through. We deserve a chance. And are any of you willing to stand up right now and look Tulane or Mizzou in the face and go, one of you deserves it more than the other? Right? Anybody willing to look either one of those two teams in the face and give me a good argument why it is that one should go in over the other? Now, I would say it's Mizzou. Yeah, I get Tulane's 11-1. But here's the thing. Do you know who Tulane's only loss was to? Their only loss was to Ole Miss. At a point, by the way, that Ole Miss was ranked number 20 in the country. At a point, by the way, that Ole Miss was on their way up. They're now a top 10 team in the country. That's the only loss for Tulane. The Ole Miss running Rebels did not play Mizzou, but they have a lot of equal competition. LSU, Mississippi State, etc. And Ole Miss finished second in the West, ahead of LSU, by the way. So you're going to pick one or the other? I think Mizzou's probably 7.5 points better. But the point is, the concept of the playoffs was to give teams a chance. And this brings me back to Texas, Bama. Why are you going Texas over Bama? Well, remember, the reason we went with the playoffs was to just give some teams a chance. That was it. We wanted to give some teams a chance. We wanted to settle it on the field, right? We wanted to settle it on the field. Texas and Alabama have played each other. They settled it on the field, and Texas won. Yes, Alabama's gotten better dramatically and significantly since they played. But they played it on the field, and Texas won. So just going on what we have seen out of these two teams so far, and since then, I think you've got to look at it from the perspective of head-to-head matters, conference championships matter, and because conference championships matter, I kind of think you ultimately have to go with a team that, well, again, won it on the field. I don't think you can debate this. I think it just kind of has to be that way. So we're going to keep having these conversations next year. We're still going to be having fights over what team deserves the 11 spot, the 12 spot, the 10, 11, and 12 spot, the 9, 10, 11, and 12 spot. We're going to be having these debates without a doubt. But in having these debates, we got to figure out what metric we want to use. Because some of y'all want to use the eye test. And I have argued time and time again, the eye test is not a metric that I am willing to make the number one metric that we use. I'm not there yet. I think it's a good metric to involve, to use, but I don't think it's the one I can go with. Lonzo's making me go to break despite how much I'm enjoying this conversation. So to break we go. We'll come back, wrap up hour number 3, line up hour number 4. It's all coming up next on the Rob Brown Show. It's all coming up on the Fan Upstate.
I think we all know why I want him to go to break.
I have to think. That is also a part of it.
Reich has been let go. He wasn't his first season, but the Panthers off to a 1-10 start. Special teams coordinator Chris Tabor takes over as interim head coach. NBA tonight, part of the in-season tournament group stage. The Hornets visit the Knicks. NHL, the Hurricanes visit Philadelphia. The Fan Upstate is your home for Furman Paladins football play-by-play all season long. Catch every game right here live. Download the Odyssey app, search the Fan Upstate, and listen anywhere on your phone. I'm Chuck Sanders with the Sports Flash on the Fan Upstate.
Up to the interstate traffic starting to toughen up on the freeways. We got a crash northbound I-385 at Bridges Road. That's in the right lane. Of course, we're seeing delays there. Westbound I-85 Business Loop west of Charisma Drive construction there. It's causing about a 15-minute delay. Really.
Shab was unable to join us, unfortunately, Keegan. So he will join us on tomorrow's, Thursday's show. I'm spending a dramatic amount of time building a Funko Pop of myself.
I sent you a picture of mine.
saw it.
It looks a lot like Thor,
Yeah.
but I mean, so do I. So do I. So, I mean, an older, less handsome, more rugged, possibly Thor, but still.
Like,
I mean, it's going to be fairly generic,
sure.
but you can also pay for the packaging and have your name put on it. And you're never going to take it out of the thing because your name's across the package.
Like, do I give myself a guitar? Do I hold a football and a beer? Do I hold a football and a microphone? Also, I can't find a microphone.
There is one in there.
I know there is. I saw yours. There it is. All right, I think I'm committed to the microphone. What do I go with in the other? Do I go with a football? Do I go with a baseball? Do I go with a basketball?
See, I think the microphone covers the sports. I guess it could cover the music too, if you look at it that way.
I can give myself a dog. Actually, one of the dogs kind of looks like my dog.
I skipped over that part, but I mean, I did look at it a little bit since I don't have one anymore. So, yeah. So it's basically like creating your avatar on Xbox or something, except for you get to package it, and in the package, the reason why it costs a little bit more if you pay for the plastic in the package. But if you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it the whole way, so it looks very authentic. Funko has it where you can build your own pop of you on the website, and then you can purchase it. It's pretty cool.
You can get it with stickers and stuff.
Yeah. I think this
Free?
I was gonna say I think the stickers are free. Yeah. Yeah, because I tried to pick two also. I think even though I didn't buy it yet, I think I went with 80 stuff just because.
Prescription oral treatment must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Learn more at treatcovid19.
From the Ingles Electric Studio,
Upstate, 97.7 FM Green Bay, 97.1 FM Spartanburg.
from the Talk to Robin Lonzo.
All right, wrapping up our numero dos. Nope, Trace. The third hour of the Rob Brown Show coming to its conclusion. The fourth and final hour lined up next. If you want to be a part of the show, text us right now. The carpros.com text line is open for you. 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-M. We'll read them on the air. You can tweet us at The Rob Brown Show, at Lonzo on Word, and everybody here at the Radio Ranch at The Rob Brown Show. We would certainly more than love to have you. So we've talked about a bunch of stuff today. We got a few more things I want to get into as the radio program rolls on. How do we feel? We've had two incidents now in the last day and a half where players have had altercations with fans. It started in the Bills-Eagles game, and stop me if you've heard this before. Respect to you, James. Eagles fans are notoriously jerks. In fact, not just notoriously jerks, but they actually embrace it. They believe it to be a positive aspect of being a Philly fan.
Sounds like some other fan bases I know.
Yeah, but Philly is the standard bearer of it. Well, during a game between the Eagles and the Buffalo Bills this weekend, Bills players Shaq Lawson and Jordan Phillips were having a relatively unfriendly conversation with an Eagles fan in the front row of that game. They walked over. Footage was taken from multiple angles of three players, including Phillips, Ed Oliver, and Shaq Lawson, all having a conversation. The three players walked over to the wall that separates the fans from the players and were like all up in his grill, man. They were just all up in his grill. In fact, you could even say that one of the players
personal file, he was giving them the business.
Was giving him the business to the point that Shaq Lawson ended up pushing the fan. It wasn't like a big, like, two-handed start the wrestling match shove, but he's a professional athlete, and he's a very large individual and human being. And when he gave old boy the shove, he won the shoving match, right? Well,
so since I haven't seen it, did the fan go soccer player flop or NBA flop?
No, quite the opposite. He went full Eagles fan. He kind of like rocked backward, caught his balance, and went right back up into his face.
Is that all you got?
Yeah. So Lawson wrote on Instagram after he was called out about this shove of a fan. Quote, before the game started yesterday, there was a fan behind our bench who was making life-threatening remarks towards us and our families. We asked Philadelphia security to remove the fan, but he was allowed to stay for the entire game. Eventually, our emotions boiled over, and I made a mistake. For that, I apologize, but there are certain lines that should not be crossed. Now, that is not all. It also happened in the National Basketball Association. Russell Westbrook got into it with a fan at the end of the Clippers' 113-104 loss to the shorthanded Nuggets yesterday evening. With about 30 seconds remaining, the Nuggets up 113-102. The Clippers inbounded the ball. Westbrook stood at midcourt and got into an argument with a fan who was sitting behind him in the courtside seats. Westbrook said after the Clippers suffered a frustrating loss to the Nuggets that, quote, I mean, it's unfortunate. Fans think they can say whatever they want. I'm not going to say what was said now because it's not appropriate, but I'm just protecting myself. It's just unfortunate. Fans think they can get away with saying anything, and personally, I won't allow it. I've taken a lot of people saying anything and getting away with it, but I won't stand for it.
Why in both these incidents were the police not called by the fan?
Lawson claimed that he went to security and was like, that guy's got to go, and security wouldn't do it.
Yeah, but still, that doesn't give him a reason. So the fan didn't get physical with him. He got physical with the fan. I mean, yeah, there's verbal as far as that goes, but I think the fan could very easily go, hey, he just assaulted me.
Well, there is a thing in play here, and this is where we start to get into stuff that I find interesting, but also acknowledges way over my head. There is a Supreme Court-supported fighting words doctrine, right? Effectively, what it says is fighting words are, quote, by their very utterance, inflict injury or tend to incite an immediate breach of the peace. Supreme Court explained in one case, such utterances are not essential part of any exposition of ideas and are of such slight social value as a step to truth. And then they go on with a bunch of big legal words that basically says, hey, look.
Are mean looks and glares added in that too?
No, but neither one of these players said that they were just getting glared at. They said, including Shaq Lawson, said, this guy was threatening my friends and family. I will also tell you, in trouble as it may get me, if I'm at a bar and somebody walks up and says, yo, I'm about to put hands on your lady, I'm about to put hands on that dude, right? If somebody walked up and said, I'm about to hit your wife, I suspect you're going to put that dude to the ground before he has the chance, whether or not he ever actually makes contact. And you would likely be covered by the fighting words doctrine supported by the Supreme Court in that case. So I would go so far as to say, especially considering Westbrook didn't say any or didn't do anything, didn't physically interact with the fan, he just talked back, chirped back at him. I would say Shaq Lawson can do one thing. He goes and finds somebody who has evidence of this guy threatening his family, and he's totally off the hook as far as I'm concerned. Hey, bro, I know where your wife is. I know where your daughter is. You're off the hook for me, bro.
At the same time, he's being goaded into doing that. If you shove a fan, you should be arrested. If the fan didn't like pull out a gun on you, or the fan didn't hit you, I mean, because this is only going to set precedent for something that could escalate into something else.
I think the precedent needs to be set that fans can't do this.
No, they shouldn't.
Right?
No, they shouldn't, but they're going to.
So my thought would be, if Shaq comes up,
why
with
are they
video,
that close that he could do that?
Sideline seats, dude. Like sideline seats in the NFL and the NBA, they're on the court. Like the Eagles, the Eagles fan that was behind the Bills bench was like in a little secondary box that kind of extended past the regular fence out towards the field. The NBA, the guys that sit courtside on the NBA, I don't know if you've noticed this the last couple of years, Alonso. There are fans that sit on the sideline between the scorer's table and the team. On both sides of the scorer's table, there's
the
like
NBA
10
I
seats.
get, but the NFL, I still don't think they're
Right
that
up there.
close.
Here's what I'm going to say. I think the easiest way to stop this for the NFL, yes, you want to go to the players and go, hey, don't touch anybody, right? But at the end of the day, if you're the NFL, I think you've got to take a real good hard look at banning fans from stadiums who start threatening players and whatnot. When you get to the point that you have, because here's the thing. If you and me are out at our local coffee shop, because we don't go to bars, If you and me are out in our local
You know,
coffee
we
shop-
don't go to coffee shops either because neither one of us drink coffee.
All right. If you and I are out,
we're out at a establishment getting a sandwich.
if we're out at a music festival,
There we go. That's probably closer to
we're
a
out at a
possibility.
music festival,
We're at the Creed concert.
and we're at the Creed concert. Rob's about 8 Four Locos deep. All right. And
I am designated driver.
And somebody rolls up to us and they walk up to your face and they go, I know your wife. I know where she lives. You're telling me you're not going straight sleeper to the ground on that guy?
No, the first thing I'm
you
doing is I'm pulling out my phone and saying, say that again. Then I'm calling the police. If he pushes me, I'm punching him in his head. But if he's just saying stuff, I'm recording it. I also am a representative of a news station. I will pull out my press pass, throw it on, and interview that person right away.
I mean, nice. If somebody rolls up to me and goes, I'm about to do something to your fiance, that dude's catching hands. He might whip my rear end, but he's taking a couple on the way out. All right? It just is. It just is. I've always talked myself out of situations. I've never been in one where somebody has directly threatened me or my family. All I'm saying is, if you are the type of dude who decides it's a good idea to talk to an NFL player, you're kind of taking it into your own hands, bro.
We really need to go to break, but you got to read James's.
James said the Yingling was flowing through his body like Hulkamania, brother. Marcus said, so you're telling me fighting words is now a legal term? No, it's fighting words doctrine. And it's very important that you say them that way in that order.
Well, according to fighting words doctrine, I can punch you in your eye.
Yeah, Anna. M's fighting words, huh? He said something. I said something. It was a series of unfortunate events. What are you going to do? What we're going to do is we're going to go to this sports flash.
So in case you've been in space and just landed back on the planet, you may not have known this, but the Panthers have relieved Frank Reich of his head coaching duties after a 1-10 start to the season. A statement about his termination was sent out directly from owner David Tepper, which also named special teams coordinator Chris Tabor as interim head coach. Hours later, running backs coach Deuce Staley and QB coach Josh McNown were also terminated. Matt Eberflus got his first divisional win in 10 tries last night as Chicago Bears knocked off the Minnesota Vikings 12-10. Justin Fields threw for 217 yards, but Chicago scored no touchdowns. Josh Jacobs threw 1 TD, but was intercepted 4 times. The Vikings fall to 6-6, while the Bears are now 4-8. We are your home for Furman basketball. Tune in tonight at 6:30 as the Paladins take on South Carolina State right here on The Fan, upstate. Rob needs to realize we got to be careful about how we say we're going to react to something because we are public figures. And then someone will say, well, I heard him say this on the radio. Let's test it. In my case, how many times are you going to catch me out in public? So, I mean, there's that. Him, that's totally different. And I've been threatened before, and I've had a stalker before and all that stuff. That goes with radio. Funny enough, I probably had more thoughts about punching a fellow employee than I have ever had about punching someone who's shown up wanting to fight.
For you weirdos, by the way, that is not an invitation for you to just find me in public and come talk about my woman.
See, I don't know if he just heard me talking about that or not.
No, there's a mole.
Okay.
In the chat.
Yeah. Well, your mom. Yeah. Well, yeah, your mom.
Your mom.
But I know there are a bunch of moles in the chat because I use that. Anyway, that's why I don't speak disparagingly while you're out of the room. I'd prefer you to be in the room when I do that. But as I said, I have had people show up wanting to fight before and things like that.
I think Rashad's going to come on.
I also, if you want to come up and threaten me, so I may just cry just to see your reaction, because I can cry at a drop of a hat. I mean, just big time waterworks. When I'm talking about crying, I'm talking about blubbering crying. It's not that little stuff. I mean, I'm going to full on sob in your face to the point where you feel as small as you probably are for threatening me. Funny enough, you guys are going to be shocked about this, but the people who've confronted me and wanted to fight, I know this is going to completely shock you. They're all Clemson fans. Surprise.
Not for what I'm blown away.
It's a surprise.
Could have never
I'm not saying I didn't instigate it. I was younger at the time. This is early on in my career. I'm more docile or conniving now. So I'm like Eminem. My words are like knives. I don't have to, use the fists. Yeah. Would that be in the next segment or in this one? Is he just gonna, or we're just gonna see him?
He texted me during the break and was like, "I can come on before the press conference at 10:30." I was like, "Well, if you can go now," and I sent him the link. So we'll see if he jumps in.
All right, Gables.
If he jumps in before like 7 minutes, then we'll bring him on. If it's after, then we'll just go to break a couple of minutes early.
All right.
And away we go, ladies and gentlemen, with the fourth and final hour of the Rob Brown Show right here on the Fan Upstate. I am Rob, the Great Malonzo, on the other side of the metaphorical glass this AM.
Final of the day, not, like final,
like
final. Yeah.
I mean, it might be. We never know. It's radio.
Boss ain't here today. So we're probably good.
Yeah. See you tomorrow. We're safe. Safe till at least Thursday. Safe till at least Thursday. Frank Reich, as Lonzo said during that incredible sports flash just mere minutes ago, if you have been living under a rock, not so breaking news, Frank Reich is no longer the head coach of the Carolina Panthers. He was released from his duties yesterday, and to discuss this and everything, now bring on for an emergency segment, Red Alert. Never a time to get Rashad some extra time here on the Rob Brown Show, like the present. Rashad Beard is the host of the Panther Nation podcast and joins us now on the show. What's up, big dog?
What's going on, guys? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear.
I think he just was really shocked by the alarm.
Well, that's not.
He heard the alarm.
It was a little out of left field. Rashad, just your gut reaction when you got the news yesterday. I mean, I know because I popped into the live stream and hung out for a handful of minutes, but tell the rest of the folks in the Rob Brown Show Armada what your reaction was yesterday.
A little caught off guard, but not surprised. I don't know how to describe that feeling, but things weren't going well, and so it is what it is. Somebody's got to. Again, you know how I feel about the larger issue, but it was time for somebody to go, and the Tepper made the decision to get rid of Frank Reich, and we're off to the races on our 6th and 7th next head coaches in Tepper era. So here we go.
I think you and I have gotten along for so long, Rashad, because we are two fellas who very much know ball. And I think that's important. You said something yesterday in your emergency pod that I think is a direct reflection on or in line with what I've been saying for a while, which is the problem under Tep has been Tep wants to be the smartest guy in the room. He wants to be hands-on. He wants to be in charge. He wants to call the shots. And I have said for years now, the biggest problem that an NFL franchise can have is an owner who refuses to let football guys do football things, right? Yep. You pointed out that this was Tepper making a move we agree with, right? But the second announcement with Staley and McCown getting let go seemed to come from the franchise. And I think you said you heard, I did yesterday as well, that this was actually a Tabor decision, not a Tepper decision to move on from those two cats. If that is the case, man, we might be digging down to find a silver lining. But if that is the case, and that's a case of Tepper letting a football guy do a football thing, maybe he's learned from his lessons a little bit.
I don't know. We're going to see. I mean, we have a very, very important press conference coming up at, I think, 10:30, where Tepper is going to address, the media. And so I think that, this moment, I think, I talked about the parallels between the Jed York's 49ers when they got rid of Harbaugh to now the Carolina Panthers. And it's very, very similar. And Jed York had his moment. Hey, you can't fire owners, right? And he talked about, taking ownership for his mistakes, having 3 head coaches in 3 years, just like the Carolina Panthers. And so Tepper, again, I think he means well. Let's be clear on that. He wants to win, and I understand that. But you have to make the right decisions. And every decision that he's made so far from the front office to the head coaches has not been the right decision. And so he needs to take the step back, and hopefully this is a step in the right direction. But I don't know. You need to do more than just allowing your interim head coach to fire some folks. He's got to go deeper than that. You got to choose the right guy, because apparently Tabor does not want to be a head coach. He's already gone out there and said that, according to Sheena Quick. And so we got to still find the next guy. And so it doesn't really matter what the short-term moves are. How is it going to impact the long-term? So that's what I'm waiting to see. It's a long-term decision-making.
Yeah, we talked about this back in hour one. And I said, obviously, for me, we know this season is a wash. We can have the discussion about, and you and I will do this either later this conversation or on Thursday in our normal segment about, all right, do we bench BY and go with Andy Dalton and let him kind of spend the rest of the year continuing to learn how to be a leader and let Dalton go out there, frankly, let's be honest, and get the crap kicked out of him instead of risking Bryce Young's future playing behind that offensive line? Do we go to a more Shanahan-style offense with a lot more quick? We can talk about all that. The question mark is, who the hell's going to do this job next year? Because you pointed out, I said it back in the first hour, Tabor doesn't want to be a head coach. He said as much. But, and I told you this yesterday on your stream, I think the Panthers are in an interesting spot here because unless Tep will tell whoever he's talking to on the phone, you get full control. Here's a checkbook. You do what you want to do. I'm not going to get in the way this time. I learned my lesson. I'm out. Then it's an unattractive job. We're about to hire head coach number 7 in just a handful of years. So you have 2 options here, which is either Tepper gets the hell entirely out of the way, and maybe you can get a Harbaugh or another established coach that is kind of a premium coach, or you got to go dig and find a Mike McDaniels. You got to find a Scott Strickland. You got to go find somebody that is innovative, that is young, but has some authority behind him to kind of circle the wagons around and bring a new aspect to Carolina football. And I don't know which one of those 2 things is more likely right now.
Yeah. Again, going back to the 49ers comparison, it's interesting if you follow that. It's so, the parallels are so clear to me. It's just, I don't know. But Kyle Shanahan went into Jed York's office and said, hey, man, I know I've seen what's going on here. It's not good. It's not pretty. Here is what's going wrong. And if somebody can go into the office, to David Tepper's office, and say, hey, this is what's wrong. This is what's been going wrong. Somebody has to be frank with him and say, this is not right. What you're doing is not working, and I'm going to take over, and I'm going to get results. If you give me time, and this is what happened with Jed York and Shanahan and Lynch. They got on the same page. Again, Shanahan started 6-10 his first season, right? It wasn't great, but he was allowed. He had patience. The owner, Jed York, He had the patience. He granted the patience up front. And so that's what needs to happen. Whoever it is, I don't know who it is. I don't know who's going to be willing to come here. I know if I'm going to wait and view my other options before I come to Carolina personally. I've seen the way things are going. I mean, there's a quick check. I mean, Frank Reich he got fired, but he's sitting on a nice contract and a lot of money, right? So if you want to come here and get a quick check and get some guaranteed money, sure, it's attractive. But if you want to actually do your job, it's a tough sell. So I don't know who the guy's going to be. I have my wish list. Ben Johnson is at the top of that list, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
There are names like Ben Johnson I've heard a couple of times out there. In fact, I saw Shefty yesterday told McAfee that was the guy they wanted last year, and he didn't want them. And that, I think, is kind of the crux of the problem you're dealing with right now is how do you get a name like a Ben Johnson to want you? And the reality is, to me, not necessarily that there aren't other owners like this, but because of the amount of turnover and turmoil within this program, that's a real big order. And the only way to make a coach like that want you is for Tep to sign a contract that says, you got control. You're at the wheel. I'm in the office. Call me if you need something. You got 2 years to get us in the playoffs. You do it. You keep the checkbook. You don't, you're gone. I just don't know. And again, I agree with you. I think who's it? Trey Boston yesterday put up a big thing that was like, yo, Tep's the best owner I played for. He cares. Yeah. He's passionate. But dude, there is a difference between caring and passionate and overbearing. And a lot of people can't find the line between those two things.
Right. And I will commend David Tepper. He's done a lot of good things with the alumni for the Panthers. I heard Steve Smith Sr. talk about this, about how, he's created this alumni program. And so all the former Panthers, they are pretty much on board. They like Tepper because they're getting gift boxes. They're getting things they feel important, which is important. Don't get me wrong. But to the fan, right, the product that you're currently presenting week in and week out and over the past 6 years has not been great. So their perspective and our perspective are completely different, right? Our perspective, we care about the W's. We care about going out there. And some of us are spending our hard-earned money to go out here and see these Panthers. And every year, it's the same thing. Where you don't like the coach, you hire a guy, you put all this you say he's the greatest thing on earth. Then 11 games out, he's fired. You get an interim. Then it's the next guy. It's crazy. We've had more head coaches under his tenure than we've ever had in Carolina Panthers history prior to him taking ownership. It's ridiculous. Like, the turnover is crazy. And so I think, again, David Tepper means well. I firmly believe that. But just the results just hasn't been there. So he's got to take a step back. Things have to be different. You can't just keep doing the same thing over and over and expect a different result. They call that something, right? And so he's got to take a step back.
Yeah, no, I think that's been something you and I have been chirping back and forth about for a very, very long time. It comes down to the realization that you can be the best marketing guy in the world. You can be the best PR guy in the world. You can have everybody who ever played there absolutely love you, especially those who come from a bygone era, that you celebrate them, even though you had nothing to do with their time in a much different organization under Jerry Richardson. But here's the thing. Rashad Beard, Rob Brown, Lonzo, those of us that are out here that invest in this team. Somebody said yesterday, I thought this was a brilliant take on it, Rashad. They said being a sports fan is like gambling, right? Like, every year we're putting our money into that slot machine, and all we're doing is hoping one of these times we're going to pull that lever and hit the jackpot of a Lombardi, right? As a Saints fan, it happened to me one time, and I have said if we never win another one, that year in 2009, that was my jackpot. I'm cool if I never win another jackpot. I'd love to. It'd be great. I keep putting money in the slot every year, but I got my one, and it's like I will ride that high for the rest of my life. The problem is with David Tepper at the helm, he can celebrate and market and put all this stuff out there. But based on what's happening now, man, it feels like you're sitting down to play blackjack with a crooked dealer. You can't win, and you know it, but you're expected to keep putting money on the table.
Yeah, that's a very good analogy, actually. It's like I'm with you, Rob. And man, listen, I would do anything just to get one Super Bowl. Like, as a fan. And you kind of hit it right on the head. Like, you got one. Like, you can always go back to that 1 year, throw on. And all we have essentially is 2 Super Bowls to go back to where we lost, right? And those were great years. Don't get 2015, one of the greatest years ever. Go back to 2003, great time to be a Panthers fan. But that's all we have. And it's interesting that, you know, David Tepper's greatest contribution to the Carolina Panthers right now is celebrating our past. Creating this ring of honor is great. But we want to win. We want to see something now. Like, and he understands that. I mean, he would be crazy not to see what's going on. I mean, we just want to get a W. And the analogy is great. And I might have to use that. That's a great analogy. The gambling analogy is great. It's actually
I'm proud. I am. I mean, you and I, Rashawn, we witnessed that. That was great.
You're welcome.
It's
You're
genius.
welcome. That's me. Thanks, buddy. No, I think that I don't know how else to look at it. So let's look at what the next few steps are, right? Like we can talk about Tep and we can talk about whether or not he's going to back off or not. But if you're sitting down at a lunch today with Tabor and he's going, hey, what does this season look like to you, Rashad? You are the loudest voice in all of Carolina Panther fandom right now. How's this year look to you? What does the rest of this year look like in order to do the best you can? Look, we saw with the Raiders, they let McDaniels go. That looks like a whole damn different football team now, right? Like they came out and they were not hanging with, they were leading the Chiefs for 3 quarters before Kansas City turned it on. What are you doing to try to get that result? Knowing you're a bad team, knowing there's a lot of hill left to climb, but to keep the locker room chemistry gelled. You said yesterday on the pod, you can't buy culture. You can't buy championships. You can't buy culture. What are you doing to try to relay the foundation of culture in this locker room so that next year when you can make some free agent moves and have a couple of late round draft picks to try to hit on a Marcus Colson somewhere, what's the season between here and the next 6 weeks look like if Rashad Beard's telling Tabor how to call the shots?
Yeah, man, that's tough, man, because you've gotten a guy that has said he doesn't want to be the head coach moving forward, right? So, and I know why he did that. He doesn't want another Wilkes situation, which, you know, you don't want to be incorrect making that call like he was last time. So, Tabor just has to finish strong. Like Thomas Brown, you want to see what you have in some of your coaching staff, right? We've got rid of Deuce, we've got rid of Josh McCown. Is Thomas Brown really the future? Can he be the future offensive coordinator for the Carolina Panthers moving forward? So was it Frank Reich's system? Are we going to allow Thomas Brown to do what he needs to do to put Bryce Young in the best situation moving forward? You have to protect Bryce Young, right? You have to get the run game going. You've got to get this off. Listen, we've seen what the defense is good. We've seen this defense do what they – and hopefully we get some pieces back, right? JC and those guys may be coming back next week. We've seen that, right? Can this offense get going? I just want to see a glimmer of what Bryce Young can look like under the next guy. That's all I want to see. It doesn't have to be W's. W's are great. But if we can get this offense, and I said this last week, if we can, or on my stream yesterday, if we can get this offense to average 20 points a game, maybe 300 yards a game, that's a vast improvement. That's what I want to see. It doesn't take much to impress a Panthers fan, right? We have a very low bar. Just improvement. That's it, right? We're not begging to make a playoff push. Let's just get a couple of W's. Let's get a couple division wins. Let's have something to celebrate. Let's close strong. That's all I'm asking for.
It is going to be very interesting. You pointed out yesterday, and I thought you nailed this because it jumped out to me as well. The announcement about Reich came from Tepper. The announcement about Staley and McCown came from the team. Maybe that's a football guys doing football thing. But more importantly, I agreed with you when you said something to the tune of, and I'll let you put it in your own words so I don't misquote you here, but that showed that there was clearly some sort of rift within the coaching staff, right? There were clearly some disagreements, and there's all kinds of speculation as to what that disagreement was. I saw David Rhodes going on, your co-host, saying, they're getting rid of all the guys that wanted Stroud. I saw a bunch of theories about, Staley wanted Miles Sanders. That's considered a failure, so he had to go. McCown is failing Bryce Young. Bryce Young's not getting better. He has to go. I kind of lean towards that end of the speculation, but the point here is, regardless, I said this back, you can disagree with somebody, but be on the same page, right? Lonzo and I do it. You and I do it. We disagree on stuff, but we're on the same page versus disagreeing and being on separate pages. Do you think this coaching staff was just on different pages and that was kind of the spur of all this?
Yeah, I think there was definitely some dissension in that offensive room. There's a lot of guys a lot of alpha males in that. You talk about, Jim Caldwell, you talk about Frank Reich, Thomas Brown, Deuce Staley, Josh. These are all personalities that we know. These aren't like these low grade assistants that come out of nowhere. These guys have all been successful somewhere, and they come into this and they're expected just to work together, and things are supposed to mesh. And this is where my point came, where you can't buy a championship. You can't buy culture. Like, having those guys, having those names are great, but it's not translating to success on the field. And so I feel like, personally, the dissension, I don't know where it came from, but to fire guys immediately, not even 2 hours into your tenure, basically, that tells me that something is going wrong, and there has to be some sort of dissension in the offensive room somewhere. So again, I agree with your side of speculation, where that things aren't going right with Bryce. The footwork hasn't got to be cleaned up. There's some things that you can nitpick with Bryce Young to say, all right, things aren't really getting better. Same with the running backs. Deuce Staley, we love Deuce Staley I think he was one of the most energetic guys in that coaching staff, and I thought he brought the juice. But that running back production has been garbage. Like, we haven't had this poor of a running back room in a long time. Like, I think this is like the fourth lowest running back room we've ever had in Panther history. And if you go back in our history, I mean, you've got guys like Double Trouble, Jonathan Stewart, D'Angelo Williams. I mean, there's a lot of good names. Even going back last year to Chuba and Foreman, we've always had a good run game. And this has been a really bad year for our run game. So, I mean, there are legit reasons as to why we let those guys go. But again, going back to it, there may have been something going wrong behind the scenes.
Rashad Beard hosts the Panther Nation podcast. You can find them on the social media at Panther Nation PC. More importantly, make sure that you are subscribed to their YouTube account, and I would turn the bell on. Yesterday, Rashad had my phone going off every 20 damn minutes, and it was worth it every single time. Good work yesterday, man. Real good stuff yesterday.
No, I appreciate that, man. Listen, I'm a man of the people, so I get whenever something happens and I have the ability to go live, I'm going to do it. Just like in the next hour when David Tepper is going and talking to the media, I will be live reacting to that. This is a critical moment in Panthers history. So if you have time, be sure to check out my live reaction. I'm going to keep it 100, man. This guy has a lot of, it's not just about Frank Reich firing. We have 6 years of failure to discuss. Right. So this is going to be a big moment. Is he going to own up to his failures and go another way, or is he going to keep going down the same path? We're going to find out at 10:30. So tune into that.
I'm going to tell you right now, and I mean this. I was going to go live for this. I'm not going to. I'm going to be in Rashad's pod. All right. So go to the Panther Nation podcast on YouTube. Get subscribed to that. That's where you're going to want to be when this press conference hits at 10:30. My dude, we'll see you back here on Thursday, and we'll kind of shift over towards actual football a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we're done with the firings, and we can get the football and see Bryce improve. Hopefully, we'll see.
Rashad, talk to you Thursday, big fella.
Peace out, guys. Thank you.
Rashad Beard, host of the Panther Nation podcast, ordinarily joins us on Thursdays to talk Panther ball, but felt it was worthy to get him up in here today to talk about the firing of Frank Reich, Josh McCown, and Deuce Staley. Let's take a break. We'll come back. Got a few more things I want to run through before we wrap up the radio program. It is the Rob Brown Show. It is the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, one more live read, and then we're back. Don't go anywhere.
So
I got to tell you, y'all, I hit full tilt Christmas mode yesterday for the most unexpected reason. I was at the house. I was putting together some stuff because I was going to do my live on Frank Reich last night. And I had YouTube on. And YouTube, for me, I have it on autoplay, so it just goes to the next video. And I had it set to where it just plays random stuff. And I came across the video of the Eagles offensive line recording their Christmas
album.
Right?
So that song I played for you yesterday,
Yeah.
they do a version of the Kelsey brothers do it. It's excellent.
So I came across what one was it? I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas. And it was good, dude.
It's their second album.
It was good.
Yeah.
So I was just telling this story on the stream, which if you're not watching, you can at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, the Rob Brown Show on Twitch, or the Fan Upstate on YouTube. We go live every day, all 4 hours. We have conversations during the break off the air that we do not have on it. Sometimes they bleed over, like this one. I am a December 1st starts the Christmas season kind of guy, right? December 1st starts the Christmas season to me. It has always been, I don't want to say arbitrary, but I kind of feel like you got to be in December to feel Christmassy.
Well, that is this
right?
week. I mean, it's later.
is.
It's later this week. So
It is. But this year, the lady friend, like 3 days after Halloween, she was ready to get the tree up. All right, fine. We went ahead and put the tree up, right? She started last night. We hung the garland over the mantle because you got to have garland on the mantle. We did all the Christmassy stuff, yeah? We did all the Christmassy stuff, but I wasn't really in the spirit for it, you know? I was kind of like, all right, like I'm doing this for you. I'm not doing this because I'm ready for Christmas. I told Lonzo yesterday that for me to feel Christmassy, 3 things have to happen. I have to hear Wham's Last Christmas organically. Can't go looking for it. Can't pull it up on Spotify. I got to be out and about. I got to hear Wham's Last Christmas organically. I got to hear Mariah Carey, the Queen of Christmas, one time. All I Want for Christmas Is You. And I've got to see the Budweiser Clydesdales on television. Once those 3 things have happened, I go, okay, it's Christmas season. And usually it's like December 4th, 5th, somewhere there. Although last year I did play the game where you avoid Wham's Last Christmas as long as possible. You see how close to Christmas you can get before you hear it. I made it to Christmas Eve of last year before I heard Last Christmas for the first time.
From whence does this game come?
Thanksgiving. I have not heard it yet.
No. I mean,
it was just
it's just your game.
That was
or
just an internet challenge that went up last year. And I'm
All right.
usually anti-internet challenges. But this one came up and I'm like, yo, I think I'm going to play. The goal is to avoid. Here's how deep it went last year. Last year.
So the Tide Pods got you when it got to that point. Then you're like, I'm never doing this stuff again. Okay. All right.
Last year, here's how deep I went. Last year, as we got closer to Christmas, I work I'm the in-arena host for the Greenville Swamp Rabbits, which I will be at the game this Saturday evening, the teddy bear toss. Last year, I would text during games with the DJs. We get closer to Christmas. Every now and then, he'd sprinkle in some Christmas music. And I told him, I said, here's the deal, bro. I need you to let me know if you're going to play Wham's Last Christmas so that I can hide. And he goes, okay. And 2 games last year, he would text me. He'd go, next break. I'm playing Last Christmas. So I would literally get in the elevator. I would go upstairs to the office and I would watch the game on mute on TV to know when that break was over and I could go back downstairs and miss the song. All right, whatever. That's a dumb story. Point here is I usually get Christmassy like.
You committed to the bit, though. I mean,
did.
so that's what you got to do.
I'm letting you all know in case you want to try the game this year. I have made it to what's today? November 28th. I'm going. I am trying for Christmas Day this year to not hear Wham's Last Christmas. I'm going for Christmas Day. Anyway, there are things that I need to happen before I hit to Christmas. All right, I've got to get to the point. So yesterday afternoon. I was gonna do a live, right? I was gonna get on, do a little late night, little Rob After Dark, and I wanted to wait till after 7. I didn't want to take away from Offsides with Mark and Diesel, so I'm like, all right, about 7:30, I'll go live. So at about 6:30, I sit down because I wanted to get all the details written down. I got the tablet of truth. I'm writing down the timeline of the day. Frank Reich gets fired. Staley and McCown get fired. Here's the decision. Tepper said this at this o'clock, whatever. I was getting all that down. And I had YouTube on in the background because I'm a big YouTube video guy. I watch YouTube videos all the time. It's replaced television in a lot of my life. I watch sports videos. I watch rock and roll videos. I watch whatever, right? I have a lot of fun with it. And I have autoplay on my YouTube. And I get 10, 15 minutes into prepping for my live when all of a sudden I hear a Christmas song start playing. It's White Christmas. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Which version?
Well, here's the thing. I didn't know. I'm like, all right, I'm a big Bing Crosby
I was going to
guy.
say, was it Bing?
Bing Crosby guy. This was not Bing Crosby. But it had that like real deep baritone to it. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. And I'm like, who the hell is this? And it wasn't bad. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. It was like, the thought I had in my head, Zoe, was whoever paid money to get this pushed into the YouTube algorithm because they think like this is what's going to do it for me. I was like, as a bad investment.
So were you doing the radio judgmental or the I'm in a band judgmental?
Yes, just as a dude.
All right.
I was like, it's good. Like, I'll put it this way. It was like if I went to a karaoke bar and somebody sang this, I'd be like, yo, that's karaoke bar good. I would go so far as to say that's cover band good, right? Cover band good. It's not anything I would necessarily buy a ticket to. But if I come out to the bar and a cover band was performing like this, I'd be like, that's good enough. I'll stick around. I'm not leaving because of the band. And then I flip over. To the YouTube video because I'm like, who the hell is singing this? Did somebody pay money to get this in my ear holes? And it was Jason Kelce and the Philadelphia Eagles offensive line singing White Christmas. And they got the whole background thing, you know? Do, 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 do. I'm like, it's not bad. It's cover band good. And then Jason Kelce is like the lead singer of the baritone part. Oh, blue, wow. I'm like, that's pretty good. It was White Christmas, though. Not Blue Christmas. Those are different color Christmases. But it's White Christmas.
Yeah, you want your Christmas white. You don't want it blue.
No. And I listen, I like tune in and I'm like, oh, Dan, that's Jason Kelce. It's pretty good.
But it's
pretty good.
It's quite a bit of the Philadelphia team.
Dreaming of a white,
especially the offensive lineman.
Christmas.
Is my understanding.
It's the whole offensive line. And like there's three other guys. The other three starters, because there's one more coming, are in the background. And they're doing the background, like repeating melody, you know? And I'm like, for a group of fat guys,
they're
they're
the Pips.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Glass Knight and the Pips. I know it's an old thing.
No, I know who the Pips are. Mama raised me right.
Okay, all right, cool.
So then they get to the second verse. And the second verse has got that real high pitched part. I'm dreaming of a white. And one of the other, I don't know which one it was, but one of the other offensive linemen, dude, he leans into it. Like goes up for it. Just like the ones I used to know. And I'm like, dude, this is good. And I was blown away. Not by the talent, and I will call it talent, because it was cover band good. Was it like recording artist good? But it was cover band good. I listened to it, and I came to a horrifying reality, Lonzo. I'm in the Christmas spirit now, and it's because of the damn Philadelphia Eagles. A fan base that prides itself on being absolute and complete bleep heads. A fan base that is like, yeah, we suck and we love it.
It's so opposite. You're just like, whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There was a video that went around yesterday. Just kind of led you in to let you know what Eagles fans are. There's a video going around of this Buffalo Bills fan going into the game at the link against the Eagles. And this kid, when I say kid, Lonzo, I mean
I saw it.
8 years old,
I saw it.
9 years old.
I don't know. I think he might have been more like 12, but anyway.
Whatever. 8 to 12 years old. He's walking up to, there's one guy in Bill's stuff, and he's walking towards the stadium, and there's a guy behind this kid, and the kid goes running up to him, and he puts his hand up like he's going to shake his hand or high five him, right? Like, welcome to the link, right? Welcome to Philly. And right as the Bills fan, he's like, oh, what's up, dude? And he goes with a hand to high five the kid. And right when he goes to high five the kid turns his hand around and drops a bird on him, right? That's Philly. That's what they do. And every Eagles fan in 10 miles started laughing hysterically at the fact that this Bills fan was like, oh, this kid's cool, man. Kid comes up in Eagles gear. He's going to high five me, welcome me to the link. I like this. High five. Whoa. And the kid just goes straight up bird, man. Straight up bird on him. Straight up bird on him. Straight up bird on him. And the whole Philly fan around us.
We got it, man. I don't know what you need to do it 5 times, but
just blew me away. I was flabbergasted. And then here I am, quite literally 9 minutes later, sitting in front of my computer, YouTube running in the background just to have some noise while I get ready for a late night Rob After Dark. And I hear, and it's Jason Kelce and the Eagles offensive line. And it was so good. I finished the song and was like, I want to decorate now. I want to decorate something. So I got done with the live, and me and the lady friend, we went and we got out the gold and silver glittery garland and we hung it over the mantle. We finished decorating the tree in the room. We hung up some more lights in the living room. And I was in the car. I went and bought Ghirardelli peppermint bark chocolate to celebrate Christmas. That's how committed.
Huh?
Peppermint. You don't know what peppermint bark is? It's like a layer of chocolate with a layer of melted peppermint over the top with little crushed up peppermints.
I've had different kinds of bark, but it's usually more.
Peppermint bark's the way to go.
Toffee or caramel or something.
Peppermint bark's undefeated.
Okay, but just the fact that you threw out that name brand, like everyone would know what that was.
Texter says Jordan Mailata does the high parts. He can really sing. Oh, dude, he killed it. He crushed it. He was the best part of that song. And I'm a big Jason Kelce guy. Best part of that song. The Eagles, the biggest jerks in the National Football League, got me in the Christmas spirit. What is happening? A break. That's what's happening. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. I have not, Will, and I will tell you why. And you're gonna try to dunk on me for this, and I respect it. I don't like any of their jerseys like I like this one. Honestly, like this, I bought this. For the record, and this is true. When I bought this jersey, I did not know it was a Gamecocks jersey. I really thought that I was buying a Hurricanes jersey, right? Because the Canes have a very similar jersey. Let me see if I can find it. And that's what I thought I was getting. And the only reason I got it was because I was able to customize it and throw the full name on the back, right? It's the only reason I got it. So now that I have it, I really dig it, and I wear it all the time. There has not been a Clemson jersey in their hockey stuff. Not been one that I've loved. Like, I really liked this jersey. I'll check back, but I don't think they did any new jerseys. Like, I'm not gonna, just like I don't have the Block C or the Gamecock logo on me. It just says Carolina. Like, the only one that I've seen that Clemson wears has a big old tiger paw across the front, and I'm not going to wear that. Just like I'm not going to wear a Gamecock or a Block C. If they did kind of like a nondescript, I'd 100% wear it. Especially if I could get it.
I wanted to check, and they do have them. It looks like you should get you a Presbyterian Blue Hose jersey.
The Blue Hose.
The Blue Hose.
I still don't know why they're called the Blue Hose.
I worked there for a year, and I don't know. Well, yeah, I do know. It has to do with Scotland.
Scotland.
Yeah, they have like a giant dude in a kilt, a giant statue, like right in front of the football stadium. The train goes around it. Trust me, hate that train.
Okay, it's not that cool. The nickname for Blue Hose athletic teams for Presbyterian in Clinton, South Carolina.
Thank you.
Originated in the early 1900s. Sports writers called the teams the Blue Stockings because the players wore blue socks. Over time, the term stockings was shortened to hose. The nickname was officially adopted in the 1950s. So they're literally the Blue Sox, which is fine. I am cooler with Blue Hose than I am you pretending that the T doesn't exist in the word Clinton. It's Clinton.
Okay, Nolan. Well, okay. I guess like I don't know ball, I don't know candy. Thank you. I'm finding out all kinds of things that I don't know. Don't go too far. I do know time, and I know he doesn't have a lot of it. My wife went on a WWE shop last night. She's like, "We need to get you a belt." I was like, "No, we don't." And then she saw the prices. She's like, "I see kids with those all the time." I was like, "Yeah, their parents are rich, because those things are expensive."
I am
especially the NFL logo ones.
Yeah,
those things are so sweet.
Like $200.
Yeah. Oh no,
400.
It's closer to 4 if I recall.
I have come so close to buying a belt in the past because every now and then they'll do like a half off.
Things were like 40 to 50 off last night,
Yeah.
and still.
I've come so close a couple of times that I've just never pulled the trigger. At some point I will.
And she's like, "Well, you could hang us." I was like, "No, if I got something, I'm wearing that." I mean, I'll get my money's worth.
I don't think I'd ever wear it. I think it goes on the wall.
I have to wear it a little bit.
I think it goes on the wall
because I want to see how heavy it is and how heavy it is for Statlander talking about how heavy her belt.
Oh, they are.
So I want to see what it's. I've never held one.
I went to WrestleMania 30 in New Orleans. There we were tailgating next to a guy who had one of every belt. And so he let me and my boys take a picture holding all the belts. And so I held the the black championship with the Diamond W. They're not light. All right, final segment of the Rob Brown Show goes now. This is the Fan Upstate. So some final thoughts here on where the Panthers stand right now after the firing of Frank Reich yesterday. All right, there's a lot of different offshoots, and we're going to be having conversations about this for the rest of the week for sure. Here's where I stand on it. Number one, zero surprise. Like Rashad said, the surprise was not the firing. The surprise was just how random it came, right? It's just kind of out of nowhere. There wasn't like a lead up. We didn't get reports. Shefty wasn't on McAfee's show going, reports are Frank Reich will be fired today. It was like, oh, he's gone. That's it. Tep just, it had the vibes that after Tep was seen leaving the locker room shouting on his way out, that he went home, he went angry ex-girlfriend, sat down, wrote in his diary the pros and cons, and came to the realization the cons list was longer. And he said, that's it, I'm breaking up with him in the morning. And he did. The surprise wasn't the firing at 1-10. The surprise was the timing just randomly on a Monday after 10 losses, right? Now, again, lots of offshoots in the conversation. There's a lot of controversy. There's a lot of discussion about why the Staley and McCown firings happened. I tend to lean on David Rhodes, who is Rashad's co-host on the Panther Nation podcast. Rhodesy said they're firing everybody who wanted CJ Stroud, trying to create a unified front behind Bryce Young. Hey, if you didn't believe in Bryce, you're out. I don't necessarily think that is the case. My speculation is very simple. Deuce Staley pushed hard to get Miles Sanders to Carolina. That has been an absolute and entire bust. Anybody want to argue with that? I didn't think so. And on top of that, they have not gotten better. They have not gotten better. In fact, they've gotten worse running the ball. Now, we've seen some power run game here and there that's worked, but like they don't stick with it. And then McCown gets let go because, as Rashad pointed out, you can go pull highlight reels from Alabama last year with Bryce Young and Carolina this year. It looks like a different quarterback. You can make the argument that maybe Bryce isn't going to transition to the NFL because of size or arm speed or whatever you want to make, and that's fine. What you're not going to convince me is the dude suddenly forgot how to move his feet in the pocket. You're telling me he just suddenly forgot footwork.
I swear,
he just forgot it.
It looks like it, or he's just like, he's scared stiff.
I think he is scared stiff behind that offensive line. I think he's terrified.
But you would think behind that offensive line, it would make your feet move more. You would think he would have happy feet.
I think
the last couple of games he has ran more than he has the entire season. And it's actually, I mean, I know he's probably worried about getting killed, but it has helped him by running because now there's a threat there. I think there is a big part of it. That is that for sure. Playing behind that offensive line, anybody's going to be scared, regardless of the situations, the variables as to why. The reality to me is very simple. Bryce Young didn't suddenly show up in Carolina and forget the fundamentals. Suddenly forgot the technique, right? Maybe he's bad. Maybe he makes bad decisions, make bad throws. That's fine. He doesn't suddenly forget how to go through the mechanics of being a quarterback. That's on McCown. So I think that's why McCown is out. So with all of those things being said, all of those things happening, those firings had to be made. And I think it was because they were all on different pages. And this was a way to try to say, hey, look, we're all on the same page or you don't work here anymore. The choice, my friends, belongs to you.
And now the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
We also have a choice, the choice to ask what the X is going on. And we're making that choice. And the first thing it's Xing, yo, is Jelly Roll.
So Jelly Roll, who, by the way, if you have done, do you like this guy? I love this guy.
I've heard little bits of him and I didn't know he was country.
He's not though.
Yeah, it sounds more.
I'm going to give you rockabilly soul.
Yeah, maybe that's it. But yeah, the things I've heard, I've liked.
I love this cat. I had no idea. He came to Greenville a few months ago and I missed the concert. But like, I was curious. I listened to his stuff really good. But last night he showed up on Monday Night Raw because real men like wrestling.
And he's bigger than Otis.
That's huge.
I mean, that's a big dude.
He's huge.
It's not just big. I mean, he's tall too.
Yeah.
So.
And he put half of the Judgment Day on their ass during the Randy Orton match.
Those are some hard shoves too.
Yeah.
It's but he was everywhere on Monday Night Raw, and that's the reason why.
Oh, it's great, man.
All right, the next thing it's Xing is it's snowing.
No, it's not.
Not here, but in several states across the United States. That's because we're in the United States. It's trending because there's snow like everywhere, like Indiana, Philadelphia, New Jersey. It's like snowing all over the place. It's winter. Technically, it's fall still, I believe.
When is our winter solstice?
Solstice doesn't happen until
solstice
January,
is
right?
December 21st.
Oh, is it?
First day of winter is December 21st. Yeah, solstice is the changing of the season.
Okay.
So winter starts December 21st. So we're fall through December 21st, but still it's cold. All right. I went outside last night to walk the dog. I made it about, I got a lap. You can walk a lap. It's 3/4 of a mile, the loop around my house.
Mm-hmm.
And usually I take the dog out and I walk it twice. It's about 1.5 miles to walk the dog twice around the loop. We made it one loop. And the dog, when we came back to the house, pulled me back to the door. She was like, bleep this, dude. I want in.
Wow.
And I didn't blame her.
It was a little cold. I can always tell how cold it is by if my steps have that sound of, the ice crunch type thing, then I know it's pretty cold. All right, the next thing that's Xing yo is QT Marshall.
So QT Marshall yesterday announced that he would be departing All Elite Wrestling, said that his obligations to the company end at the end of the year, and that as AEW has begun to go in a different direction, it is time for him to do the same. So off he goes, does QT Marshall, an AEW legend. That's it for us, ladies and gentlemen.
Who knows? Maybe he ends up in the WWE.
I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to make money. All right, dude. We know.
Wow, that sounds just like him.
We know.
I haven't even heard it yet. I might as well just not listen.
Really? I just gave you the whole damn promo. Oh, AJ says she's doing fine. That's it for us, kids. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. Hope you enjoyed the radio broadcast. We'll be back to do it again tomorrow, but even better than today, as difficult as that might be for the great one. My name is Rob Brown. Have a lovely rest of your Tuesday. We'll see you back here tomorrow on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate later. Yeah!
All apologies. I did no yeah today. I guess I wasn't feeling it. Maybe his run is over because I'm just not even playing him anymore. If QT Marshall, who actually has a pretty big connection to Cody, shows up, it would not be a shock. But he may be more behind the scenes type thing.
It's available right now only at Bartesian.com/sips. That's BARTESIAN.com/sips for Bartesian's best holiday deal ever.
Josh, as Rob's spokesperson, I would like to say yes, he is. I've been informed our office shall be quiet.
Yes, Skrill. As a matter of fact, I have to shut down and leave early because I am going over to that. I know Lonzo just addressed that, but I figured I would do the same.
He thought he could say it better, and he did because, talent.
So with that being said, have a lovely day. See everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.